W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
We ask for a chance to fair.
We ask for a chance to fair.
Chance to equal our strife.
Chance to equal our strife.
Chance to do it there.
Chance to do it there.
We should win.
We should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
Faith and honor held high.
Faith and honor held high.
We should lose.
We should lose.
Stand by the road.
Stand by the road.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Day by day.
Day by day.
We get better and better.
We get better and better.
So we can't beat.
We can't beat.
Boom, beat.
Who let the dogs out? It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
We are live from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Welcome inside the Matt Miller broadcast booth for the pregame show on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10, brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio, video, distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or visit WHMSystems.com. Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR TV10. Alongside me on the call is Dylan Bishop. Our cameraman on the TV10 side is Matt Miller and Daryl Miller. Our on-site producer is John Alderton, and back in the studio is Nick Verzolini, as today the Martinsburg Bulldogs play host to the H.D. Woodson Warriors out of Washington, D.C. Both teams undefeated entering tonight's contest. Martinsburg 3-0, H.D. Woodson 2-0. Dylan, you still look at these two teams on paper, though, and you heavily favor the Bulldogs.
I think we got another shot at seeing this really talented Martinsburg team show and do what they do best, which is play great football on all three phases of the game, where, you know, the special teams has been great. Sherrod Musgrove in the punt return, kickoff return game, and Murphy Clement throwing the ball and running the ball. The defensive line coming up huge, getting interceptions from the secondary. And I think we're going to have a chance to see a lot of that today. I think we can kind of see some similarities between H.D. Woodson to the competition that Martinsburg has played so far, at least some of it, like Boys Latin and Clarkson North. It's going to be interesting to see if there's any sort of different looks from Martinsburg strategically, the defense, the offense, if they throw. Because last week, they took a bit of a different strategy against Boys Latin. They really aired the ball out, and Murphy Clement had a really great game through the air, which is not really what we are used to saying was the great part of Murphy Clement's game. He ended up being 8 of 11 for 171 yards and 4 passing touchdowns, only carrying the ball 3 times for 21 yards. It was Coy Fagan who had 12 attempts for 127 yards and a touchdown on the ground. I wonder if that's what we're going to keep seeing moving forward, where Murphy's going to drop back a little more, at least early on in the season, kind of save his legs, save his body, he's not taking as many hits, and let Coy Fagan, who has shown he can be a really effective running back, take the load, and most of the workload on the ground when it comes to the rushing game and spread the ball out to receivers like Cash Giddy and Sherrod Musgrove buzzed over.
Yeah, this team has been able to get after their opponents early. Their first quarter is the quarter where they've scored the most in the 3 games so far, with a total of 42 points, holding their opponents to nothing. I mean, you've only allowed 2 touchdowns all season long in the 3 games, one coming to Clarkson North and then the other coming to Stonebridge, as you defeated Boys Latin 48-0 last week. So Martinsburg, explosive on offense, shut down on defense, special teams. They're able to get after you, return some punts. You've already, as you mentioned, seen Sherrod Musgrove return a few back to the house. And they're able to cause turnovers on the defensive side, too. We've seen 2 scoop and scores by Xerxes Yancey. So this team has looked really, really good. And H.D. Woodson, you still got to give some credit to. As we said, they're 2-0 on the season. It's just been for them offensively a struggle. They like to run the ball, so that's going to be a challenge tonight, because we know the run defense for Martinsburg is one of the best, if not the best, in the state, maybe in the region, with how well they're able to stop the run. And then even Coach Greg Fuller of H.D. Woodson has said their passing game struggled a little bit, and that's why it's been low-scoring games but still wins, as in Week 1 they were able to get a 12-0 win, and in Week 2 a 12-8 win. So the defense has been able to get the job done, but they really need the offense to step up today, because Martinsburg's offense most likely is going to score more than 12 points.
I think that's a pretty good likelihood. The defenses and offenses that H.D. Woodson has faced over the first 2 games of the season are most likely not ones that stack up with the likes of Murphy Clement and Coy Fagan and the rest of this Martinsburg offense. And this, you can say the same on the other side of the ball, where the Bulldogs defense is only giving up 2 yards per attempt in the rushing game. So I think while Woodson is a 2-0 team, an undefeated team, I think this is a big jump up in competition for them from what they've seen. So I think they're going to have to come in here with some creativity if they want to get things going. You know, their quarterback's 10 of 11 on the season throwing the ball, but that's only 11 attempts in 2 games. So, and we know that the biggest strength of this team is the run defense.
It's the first meeting between these 2 schools since 2019, as we get ready to step aside, take our first break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. On the other side of this break, it will be our check of the area schedule. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from 1 location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
The
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the check of the area schedule, brought to you by Rock's Local Markets. Fast, fresh, friendly, Rock's. The Spring Mills Cardinals are now 2-1 overall after getting a 39-14 win last week at South Hagerstown. This week, Spring Mills faces the Musselman Applemen in Inwood. Interim head coach Marcus Law has high praise for Coach Brian Thomas's program.
Give those guys all the credit in the world. Coach Thomas always has those guys fundamentally sound and prepared to play for a football game. We'll approach the week as normal, one day at a time, trying to be as locked in, as focused as we possibly can. I think it'll be huge for us to go in, play in fundamental football, into that approach of things.
Musselman is now 2-1 as well after suffering its first loss last week at Morgantown by a final score of 10-6. However, the two wins were home games for the Applemen, just like tonight's game is against Spring Mills. Head coach Brian Thomas, however, isn't underestimating the Cardinals.
You know, Spring Mills is a really good team. They do a really good job executing the things that they want to do. They're really good offensively. They got a lot of skill guys. They got a lot of playmakers. Defensively, they pin their ears back and get after you. Special teams are really good. Their special teams unit's really good. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on us. We got to come out and play really well. I think both sides will be motivated anytime you get a conference game. You want to beat those area teams. Those are the guys they grew up with. So, anytime you get in those games, you definitely want to win your conference game.
Hedgesville is also 2-1 overall as the Eagles won 28-7 last week at Hampshire. This week, the Eagles have a long trip to Herbert Hoover High School, who enters the game with a 1-2 record. Head coach Matt Faircloth says his team will need a lot of guys to step up due to injuries.
We're going to have them. Some of our guys that are 2s and 3s are going to have to step up in some big spots. And, we got some guys banged up, we got some guys out. And at the end of the day, it's the next man up. So for us, in order to go to Hoover and have the success we want, we're going to have a lot of young guys that haven't had varsity experience yet. They're going to have to come in and play for us. They're pretty good offensively. They can run it, they can throw it. They got good quick game, good screen game. Up front, they got big offensive line that can move and they're physical. Defense, they give you multiple looks. They switch their coverages on you. They're coached well. Coach Fields has done a great job down there. And we're on the road for about five hours and 15 minutes. So we're going to have to get off the bus and play to the best of our ability.
The Washington Patriots are now 1-2 on the year after suffering a 43-13 loss to the Frankfurt Falcons last week. This week, the Patriots will go to John Marshall for a battle with the Monarchs, who are in search of their first win. Head coach Terry Ray shared his game plan.
John Marshall, they're tough. They have a pretty big offensive line. Offensively and defensively, they do a lot of different stuff. I think they run 12 different formations, and defensively, they bring a lot of pressure. They blitz about every down. We got to be able to travel well, execute our game plan, try to limit the turnovers and penalties on the road, and play tough defense.
Lastly, the Jefferson Cougars are now sitting at 2-1. Last week, the Cougars defeated the Spring Valley Timberwolves 42-20. This week is Jefferson's bye week as they prepare for Martinsburg next Friday. Head coach Craig Hunter says this week's focus is getting better amongst themselves.
Earlier in the week, we watched film, try to clean up some stuff in the Spring Valley game, make sure we got everything taken care of. Today, we want to try to get back to some basics off the stuff we've seen in film the last 3 games. Go back, work on some skill sets that we have been deficient in, and work on some skill sets that we know we're going to see in the next week versus Martinsburg. So trying to work on some things, get better within ourselves today, and then we'll move forward tomorrow and Thursday and try to push more a little bit toward what Martinsburg may be doing, and then get ready for them the following week altogether. Unless we go on TV 10, they're not going to give us film anytime early, so we'd have to go on and watch the YouTube games to figure out a lot of stuff.
That was your check of the area schedule, brought to you by Rock's Local Markets. Fast, fresh, friendly, Rocks. Once again, our matchup tonight features the HD Woodson Warriors and the Martinsburg Bulldogs. We'll continue to preview this matchup coming up next here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation, a hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha,
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we continue our W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game show as the Martinsburg Bulldogs today host the H.D. Woodson Warriors out of Washington, D.C. And let's now break down a little bit of this H.D. Woodson team who is coming in tonight 2-0 on the season with wins over, it looks like here, Archbishop Carroll by a final score of 12-0, as well as Anacostia last week, 12-8. So it's definitely a low-scoring team, but a team that was still able to find ways to win, have some athletes. You'll hear later on from Greg Fuller, the head coach of H.D. Woodson, and they got athletes. We'll see, though, how they're able to size up comparatively to the line of Martinsburg. Dylan.
Yeah, we'll see. This is kind of a situation where they've played some prep schools around the D.C. area, and the opponents they played are also playing other prep schools. So the record, it's hard to just put that straight and compare it to, you know, the same kind of schedule that Martinsburg would play. And I think this is a big step up in competition for them. Look at some of their stats that they have over the year. This is a team that definitely likes to run the ball, as we kind of alluded to in the first segment, where their quarterback has only thrown 11 attempts over this year so far. Dallas Allen Hall, he is 10 for 11 for 120 yards and 1 interception. That's good for a quarterback rating of 85.4. So when they have passed the ball in these first 2 games, it's worked pretty effectively for them in terms of just overall completing passes, but it hasn't been a lot that they've actually been doing it. Their running back Alan Alston has so far 19 carries for 150 yards on the season, no touchdowns yet. Allen Hall has himself a rushing touchdown on the year, though. So, I mean, they haven't scored a lot of points. Again, they've only scored 12 points in each of their first 2 games, so it suggests that, you know, unless these other prep schools in D.C. have these world-beater kind of defenses, then they kind of struggle to score points. And I don't think that's going to be any different against Martinsburg tonight, because they're going up against some really good competition, especially on the defensive line. We all mention it all the time that the rush defense for the Bulldogs is really their #1 strength. On the defensive side, obviously they've only given up 8 points over 2 games, and like we said, that might be the level of competition they're playing. But hey, you're winning ball games, so that means something. That means that at least by the competition that they're used to playing, Coach Fuller is putting out an effective game plan, and even though things kind of come down to the wire, they are able to pull it out so they can go through some adversity and they can come out on top. So that means that they at least have some of that built up where they have some strength. They haven't just been going through beating cupcake teams like nothing, not facing any sort of pushback at all. So what's that going to mean against Martinsburg? Again, big level of competition jump here. It might not mean a lot. Does it mean, are they going to get back up when they get punched in the mouth? Or are they going to just kind of fall down and lay there and take a beating the same way a lot of teams do against Martinsburg? I think that at least these close games over this first part of the season suggest that they can do a better job than some teams would. Now, will that be reflected in today's scoreboard and today's stat line, box score, and all those things? It might not, but only time will tell.
That is true. I mean, you got high praise whenever I talked with Coach Greg Fuller. He'll hear it, in a little bit about Will Lewis, their 6'2", 250-pound senior H-back and defensive lineman. So it'll be interesting to see how he does going up against the Martinsburg offensive line, if he's able to potentially get back a couple times into that backfield and cause some trouble or not for Murphy Clement, who likes to scramble. So we'll see where Lewis is lined up, but keep an eye on number 8 for H.D. Woodson, and then their quarterback, Dallas Allen Hall, really likes to run as well. As you mentioned, only 11 passes in the 2 games, according to Max Prep stats that they had, but he's, I believe, the leading rusher for this team. Either him or Alston. I can't remember which one.
Alston has the most yards. Allen is the only one with a rushing touchdown.
Okay.
So, yeah, that'll be something to look out for. You got to watch out for a quarterback that likes to scramble. We'll see if Will Lewis is used more so as rushing the passer, or if he's used kind of a QB spy to kind of just follow Murphy Clement wherever it is that he goes. Well, we'll see what they decide to do there. Murphy hasn't really been the type to really scramble. It's kind of been, or at least so far over the first 3 games of the season, the game plan hasn't really gotten to that point. When he has dropped back and pass, it's kind of been open for him. There's always kind of been a guy there ready to get the ball. As, if we look at, like we said last week, 8 for 11, 171 yards. And I think that if you're planning on using Will Lewis as that sort of QB spy, you better have it to where you tell him, hey, if he's not really rolling out, go and get him. Because if you just let him sit back there and wait for Murphy to take off and run and scramble and pass plays, and then, tell him just follow the quarterback on these run plays, you risk getting diced up in the passing game and by Coy Fagan, because there's not just one weapon to stop for Martinsburg's offense to slow it down.
Since 2011, these teams have faced each other for a total of 7 times. Martinsburg 6-1 in those 7 meetings. The 1 win coming back in 2015 for H.D. Woodson by a final score of 26-24. The last time these 2 teams met, August 30th, 2019, it was a 49-12 victory for Martinsburg. We'll wait and see how this team is as you look down on the field right now. They got some big boys, but will they be athletic enough to compete with the Bulldogs? Let's now get ready to hear from Coach Greg Fuller of the H.D. Woodson Warriors. Step aside, take a 2-minute break, and on the other side of that break, you'll hear from him. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory.
I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack. Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory.
I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack. Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Hello? We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers.
Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
We're the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives. And when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming. Nobody likes to be told, you need a lawyer. But that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover. So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation. Reach us at SkinnerWins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for our coaches interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons, I'm now joined by the head coach of HD Woodson, Greg Fuller. Coach Fuller, thank you for the time today. You guys get to take on Martinsburg this week. Just tell us a little bit about your program first and foremost, please.
This program here at HD Woodson has been a hard-working program. It has great tradition and pride up here in the Washington, D.C. area. We have some good and solid, decent young men that comes out to our football program and really puts in a lot of good time and work. The program has been successful over the years under Coach Bob Hedden preceding me. Woodson has won 16 Turkey Bowl championships in the history of his school.
Your team, looking at the schedule so far, 2-0 and very low-scoring affairs. Just tell us how the season's gone, though, so far. I mean, still definitely impressive. A win's a win no matter what, right, Coach?
It's impressive, but still, it's some of the wins have been ugly. We've been executing pretty well in the run game, but we still have some bumps in the road with the other part of the phase of the game, our special teams and our passing game. Defense has played very solid, but we still, the road to success is always under construction. So we're still a construction group. We're still young, pretty young football team.
Who are some guys that have really stood out for you so far 2 weeks in?
We have a senior H-back and a senior D lineman, Will Lewis, who's stood out very well. My quarterback has been a little bit consistent with his feet in certain situations, and my running back, Allen Austin, has been very consistent. And also the front lineman up front, the front five with the 2 seniors and the 3 juniors, been very, very consistent in their blocking. So that's where we have had some positive things being done for us this year.
Like I said earlier, you guys, on Friday night, getting to go up against the Martinsburg Bulldogs, a team that HD Woodson hasn't played for a little while. Just talk about how the series returned, if you know.
McLaughlin, you're a hometown guy down there. Coach Walker and his staff and the young men at Martinsburg have always been a solid football program. They're very cerebral. They're very fundamentally sound. There's always a tough game going against Martinsburg, but I really enjoy coming up there playing them because of the competition measures where we are as a football program here in Woodson.
What are some of the keys that you feel like your team needs to execute to compete and maybe pull off the upset against Martinsburg?
Got to control the front. Martinsburg have a tough front. They have a front defensive front. We got to control that. If our 5 guys can control their 3 or their 4 front, hopefully we can execute our plays and have some success. That's the key. The trenches is the key. You play well in the trenches, you do well overall.
You say that Martinsburg's strength is really their battle in the trenches on the offensive and defensive side of the ball.
Awesome. Yeah, that defense is awesome. Coach Walker has a really good, solid defense.
What are your team strengths?
Our strengths, we're still trying to figure that out. They say just our second, third game into the season, we're still trying to figure that out.
What are you most excited for in this game against Martinsburg?
I'd like to come down there, execute very well, and play a really solid football game.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the time and good luck.
Thank you, mate.
That was our coach's interview with Greg Fuller, the head coach of the H.D. Woodson Warriors, as our coach's interview is brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons will continue more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show on the other this break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
As a lifelong Jefferson County resident, Paul Espinosa has been a champion for the Eastern Panhandle. Paul is the effective, fiscally conservative voice we need in the West Virginia Senate. He's fought for job creation, student-centered education, the rights of the unborn, protecting our family farms, and was a leader in passing income tax relief for all West Virginians. When residents of the 16th Senatorial District cast their votes for their next senator, the choice is clear. Paul Espinosa for West Virginia State Senate. Paid for by Espinosa for Senate, Mary C. Espinosa, Treasurer.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game shows. We're live from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our on-site producers, John Alderton. Cameramen are Matt Miller and Daryl Miller. Back at the studio is Nick Verzolini, as we are just under half an hour away from kickoff between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and the H.D. Woodson Warriors. You just heard about and from Coach Greg Fuller of H.D. Woodson. Let's now get into the Martinsburg Bulldogs, a team 3-0 and has been absolutely dominant all season long, seemingly, Dylan, with wins over Clarkson North, Stonebridge, and Boys Latin.
The Stonebridge game in particular is still just a really impressive game that makes you think that this team's not really going to face anyone on their level for the entire regular season. We'll see what the EPAC schedule has to bring, and we'll see what H.D. Woodson has tonight, but that seems to be the case with what they were able to do, especially stopping the run against Stonebridge, just not really letting them get much of anything going. This team's kind of firing on all cylinders in all three phases of the game. You look at just special teams. Sarad Musgrove has returned 3 punts this year, and 2 of them have gone for touchdowns. Murphy Clement's throwing the ball incredibly well, almost 66% completion percentage, 400 yards on the dot, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception, been sacked only 3 times on 38 dropbacks. And Coy Fagan has looked really, really great running the ball, 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, 336 to be exact. On just 29 carries, he's averaging 11.5 yards per attempt. Broke off a 40-yarder against Boys Latin, broke off a even longer one against Stonebridge, and the offensive line's playing really well. We talk about the defense all the time, but I think that we'll see tonight. I think this is going to be a really good opportunity to see just exactly what Martinsburg has to offer in a full range of talent that's on this team. We'll see it some against the EPAC, but you're kind of hunkering down those rivalry games in a way. Those are your conference opponents. those teams like Musselman and Jefferson, Hedgesville, and Spring Mills in Washington, they're all going to come in with a little extra motivation to try to knock off the cream of the crop in their own area. You get a team like H.C. Woodson tonight, I'm sure they know what they're getting into with this level of talent, but they don't have the same kind of fire, be like, we want to beat Martinsburg, that you would say, a Spring Mills has. So this might be a good opportunity for us to see, there's going to be some toying around with the offense and the defense, the scheme, the game plan as this season goes on. If you have the opportunity, again, we'll see how the season plays out, the regular season, but if you think you're going into a game thinking this team, as long as we don't beat ourselves, we will win this game by a lot of points, it gives you the opportunity to experiment. Last game we saw Murphy Clement dropping back to pass a lot and just sitting back and being that guy to throw the ball around the field, be the point guard of the offense, get the ball to guys like Gideon and Musgrove and Dover deep down the field, which in our experience with Murphy as a quarterback, we don't see a ton of that compared to an Ezra Bajan, who did that a lot last year, and Murphy was just kind of the guy that you would have take the snap from behind center and go and run with the ball more often than not, throwing the ball here and there. So we'll see, does that continue? Do they keep trying to get Murphy comfortable throwing the ball around the field, deep down the field, 10, 15 plus yards down the field, instead of just throwing screen passes, little in routes, dump off swings, stuff like that? Or are you going to try to find another lane to your offense tonight? You've proved that you can do that against a team like Boys Latin. Are you going to try something else tonight? So we'll see. I think it's going to be interesting. They have a lot of options, a lot of talent. They can do a lot of different things. It really just depends on, what's your preference and what do you think you need to do that night against that particular defense.
One of the options that unfortunately Martinsburg will be without is the sophomore Tyon Jacobs. After last week being ejected, he has been suspended for this game, so he will be missing out as one of the wide receivers, but more on the defensive side, as he's typically been one of the starting linebackers. So that's one of the positions that going into the season we had question marks around for this Martinsburg team, but we'll have to see who steps up, if it's a guy like Ace Flores or Tay Cofield or anybody else.
We've heard the players in the preseason interviews that we had in particular on EPAC All Access had a lot of good things to say about Tay Cofield. We got a nice little note from Nick Verzolini that Stonebridge just lost, I guess last week, to Quincy Orchard, back-to-back state champions in the state of Maryland who haven't lost since 2019 in the playoffs. They're on a 35-game win streak. Stonebridge only lost to them by a touchdown. So that shows you that Stonebridge is not a bad team.
Not a bad team at all.
No, you'd be surprised if Stonebridge was a bad team this year, because they almost never are. We talked about it during the game, during the week leading up, the week after. They have NFL talent all the time. Jonathan Allen on the Commanders right now is a Stonebridge alum. So I think I'm going to keep going back to that game probably throughout the season. We saw how much Martinsburg beat Stonebridge by. I'm sorry, H.D. Woodson's not Stonebridge.
All right, let's step aside and take another break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. On the other side of that break, we'll have our coaches interview with David Walker, as well as some Martinsburg players, as this week you'll hear from Murphy Clement as well as Wes Hancock. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore-D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time to go in the end zone for our coaches interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, I'm now joined by the head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Dave Walker. Coach Walker, congrats on another dominating win last week against Boys Latin. A weird game, had to be stopped short, also a shortened second half, but overall, what were your takeaways?
I mean, I was happy that our kids were able to come out and finish the game off, and we were able to work on some things. But I was glad we were able to get through without any injuries, and our kids played pretty well.
Overall, your team had 420 yards of net yards, of offense, and on the other side only allowed 12 total yards. So domination through and through. The defense, it's really seemed like has been absolutely lights out this year. Just talk about what you've liked from that.
Yeah, I thought we've been playing really well, especially up front on both sides of the ball, and we kind of knew that coming in. Our guys in that group has worked really hard and had a lot of guys coming back from previous years, so they're doing what we were hoping they were able to do.
Murphy looks healthy. His arm looks fantastic as well, especially with the deep ball. Just talk about how much you've seen him progress throughout the offseason.
Well, he's just worked really hard, and he's very coachable and does everything that is asked of him. And I'm happy to see that he's having a good year so far. So, we look forward to him having continued success and still getting better. Still things he needs to work on to get better, obviously, but so far he's headed in the right direction.
With only 9 games this year, you're now a third of the way through the regular season. Is this where you expected them to be so far at this point, or are there still some strides that you want to see them take?
We still need to get better. That's our goal, is to continue to get better and every day. So, I'm very pleased with where we're set right now, especially the first part of our schedule, not knowing, really what to expect. But to be where we're at is, I'm pleased with it, and just want to see us continue to strive and practice well and do the things, take care of the little things.
HD Woodson on the schedule this week, a team that you're familiar with, even though it's been a few years since the last time the two schools have played. What have you seen from this year's Warriors?
A very athletic team, and they look very similar to the previous teams that we've played. They get a lot of speed and very athletic quarterback that can run and extend the play and make things happen. Defensively, they fly to the ball, and a lot of really good athletes, very aggressive, good size, a good football team, well coached.
Who were some of, I guess, maybe their guys that have stood out to you, if any?
Or any position. Their quarterback is. He does a lot of things for them. They got a nice running back. They got athletes, all over the field. Their quarterback does a good job of just, if the protection breaks down, he's able to extend the play, run sideline to sideline to buy time to get the guys open downfield, and then he can get rid of the ball.
What's the game plan for your side?
Just play like we've been playing all year. Just try to eliminate big plays and mistakes, and try not to have a lot of penalties, and then finish drives. Play well.
Your team first week, not so much in the second week, but last week it seems like penalties have kind of been an issue, whether it's after the play or during the play, some things going on. Has that kind of been cleaned up or been preached upon to be cleaned up?
Yeah, those are things we talk about, but each day's a new day, so we try not to make the same mistakes twice. So but we try to clean up everything, and that definitely been one of them.
Before we let you go, Coach, wanted to talk a little bit about some former Bulldogs that have really had some success at the college level, at the professional level, that being Tyson as well, but just talk about how nice it's been to see some of your former players really shining so far, especially last week.
Oh, yeah, Tyson and Hudson are really, really popular. They could definitely run for mayor, maybe even be one of our presidents. They're really popular right now. So in Martinsburg, I'm just really proud of them and proud of everything that they're accomplishing. And it's the sky's the limit for them. So I just want to see those guys continue to work and grow and do the things that they love doing.
All right, appreciate the time again as always, Coach, and good luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. This has been our Coaches Interviews, brought to you by Parsons Ford, online at parsonsford.com, located here in Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road. They became number one by making you number one first. We'll be back for more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show right after this. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
This is Senator Patricia Rucker. My record shows that I have led the fight for legislation to provide opportunity for West Virginians, strengthen families, protect our children, and improve education. But there is more work yet to do. West Virginia is on the rise, but we're still playing catch-up. That's why I'm asking for your vote, so that I can go back to Charleston and continue the progress we have made.
Paid for by Rucker for West Virginia, Mike Holtz, Treasurer, rucker4wv.com.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for our In the Huddle segment, brought to you by the Mirius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy, located at 1270 Winchester Avenue. Call them at 304-263-4343. I'm now joined by quarterback and free safety of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Murphy Clement. Murphy, your team rolling right now, absolutely dominant out on the field. You leading the way on both sides of the ball. It really seems like last week a few touchdown passes, an interception as well. Just talking about how the season's been so far for you, man.
It's been good. We've been rolling well, like you said. We've been coming out doing what we need to do, but we just have to stay on top. We can't let up any.
We talked at the beginning of the season. Question was whether you seemed healthy or not. You said you were 100%, and it just definitely looked like that. How's it truly been for you being back out on the field 100%?
It's been good. I love it. It feels like back in sophomore year, and it's nice to be back with my guys and be able to be out there the whole time, every play, instead of having to come out all the time.
During that injury, what were some of the things that you were really trying to work on that you were able to?
Mostly like passing the most I could, because couldn't run a whole lot, but other than that, just trying to get more healthy and healthier I can, and yeah.
Well, the passing's definitely been an improvement clearly so far this year. Just talk about, I guess, maybe some of the things that you kind of tried to do to improve that side of your game.
I did a lot of drills, worked with Sherman a lot. Just did mostly everything I could to make sure that aspect was up where I couldn't do the running part that I wanted to.
So enough about quarterback. As I mentioned, you're also free safety for this team on the defensive side of things. Had a pick last week. Just talk about that side of the ball and what you like about it.
I like it because it's basically like the quarterback of the defense. I'm able to control the defense. I'm able to do everything I would as QB, but on defense. So it's nice to be able to see the whole field and read the whole field and be able to do what I do out there.
This week, you guys get to take on HD Woodson out of DC. What have you seen on film so far?
They're a quick team. They got a lot of fast guys, got a lot of athletes. So we're gonna have to be able to contain and stay on top and not make any mistakes like we have been the last couple of weeks. We need to buckle up and do what we need to do.
What are some of the goals that you have in place for you the rest of the year?
Just win as most games as possible and do what I can for the team to get in that position.
Before I let you go, I have to ask you about your brother last week. Fantastic game for the West Virginia Mountaineers. I know, I believe you and your family were there, correct?
I actually wasn't able to go there. I was feeling a little under the weather, so one game I didn't go to was, of course, the game he went off. But I was proud of him. I was watching on TV, and it was a great experience to see that and see him go out there and take his opportunity and do what he knows how to do.
Well, I think because of last week, there's definitely going to be plenty more opportunities for you to go up there and watch him and maybe even join him one day.
Yep, yes, sir. Hopefully.
So appreciate the time, Murphy. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I'm now joined in the huddle by Wesley Hancock, offensive and defensive lineman. Goes by Wes, but Wes, first off, congrats. I want to ask you about your commitment to West Virginia University as a PWO.
Hey, it's great. I love every second being in West Virginia, and it's the best thing I've ever done.
Why'd you decide to go there?
I've always dreamt about being a Mountaineer, been a fan since I was little, and once they offered it, it was a no-brainer.
Well, congrats again on that. This year been a great season for you so far, a great season for the team as well. Just talk a little bit about your game and what you've really been working on and growing in this year.
I tend to try to help other people, not so much myself, because helping the younger ones is how you pass the legacy. It's not so much about yourself, it's more about them. It's making sure the team's able to still be good once you're left.
As I mentioned earlier, you play both sides of the ball. Which one do you like more and why?
I love playing offense. I've played offense most of my life compared to defense, and I just like being able to put people on their face.
You guys have a great group on both sides of the ball. Just talk about the camaraderie as well as the competitiveness amongst you guys.
It's really competitive, but we're also like a brotherhood. We'll punch each other in the mouth, but as soon as the play is over, we're back to being best friends. But in between those whistles, it's lots of fighting.
What do you feel like some of your strengths are that you bring to that?
I try to be a leader, not so much by my words, but by how I practice. Make sure keeping energy up and practicing well.
This week you guys take on HD Woodson out of Washington, D.C. Very young team, but a talented team. What have you seen on the film so far about them?
They're just really fast and athletic, so we got to make sure we're doing everything right.
What are you looking forward to most this week?
Just being able to play again, make sure everyone's having a good game.
All right, Wes, appreciate the time. Congrats.
Thank you.
Again, by the way, and good luck this year, as this was our In the Huddle segment, brought to you by the Mary's Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. We'll be back for more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Right after this, you're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
The Joint Commission, in conjunction with the American Stroke Association, recently awarded WVU Madison Berkeley Medical Center Advanced Recertification as a primary stroke center, which signifies WVU Medicine's dedication to fostering better outcomes for patients and demonstrates that our program continues to meet critical elements to improving outcomes for stroke patients. WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center is committed to providing patients the highest quality stroke care in the region.
Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game.
Who let the dogs out? Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Orsini's Home Store, Modern Realty Results, Cody's Auto Body, The Palace Lounge, CMA Honda, Bechtel Jewelers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, Brown's Funeral Home and Cremations, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, the Heffley Motor Company, W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance, Chris Miller and the Dutch Miller Auto Group, Ollie's VIP Lounge, and the Gary Kelly Allstate Insurance Agency.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Yourself like gentlemen, we'll treat you that way, okay? You got any questions before we start? The point of emphasis tonight is uniforms. Make sure you cover your knees at all times. We will give you one warning to tell you to pull it down. After that, we're going to put you out of the game. Share that with good people.
Quarterbacks, Murphy Clement, running backs, Boy Feggin, and your wide receivers are Rod Musgrove, Buzz Dover.
Tails is his call, guys. Tails is his call. Here's the call. A tail is your call.
Defensively up front, Xerxes Yancey, Rashawn Reed, Will Bass, E.J. Hendricks. Linebackers, Boy Feggin, Brady Hager, Tate Oakfield, Reyes Flores, depending on who's in, or Tyon Jacobs. Corners are Sherrod Musgrove and Buzz Dover. Your safeties are Cash Gideon and Murphy Clement. So let's now get our intro to game officials. Brought to you by Brown.
Toss, elected to receive.
Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown Ranson. Proudly serving the area since 1880. Head referee Joseph Combs Jr. Umpires Pete Walker. Linesman is Tyler Martin. Line judge Jess Dusing. Back judge is Kim Reed. Let's now quickly get our keys to the game. Dylan, the key to your next car is brought to you by the Dutch Miller Automotive Group, home of friends and family pricing.
Well, for HD Woodson, I think they need to be as creative as they possibly can. Because, come up with some new and fresh ideas in your playbook. Not so much that Martinsburg's going to have it read, but for the fact that you probably need it. I don't think straight runs up the middle and your regular passing offense is going to really get it done tonight, and just some basic cover 2 defense. You're going to have to really dig down deep in the playbook, and don't let a slow start get you down. If it happens, stay in things. Don't let your morale get down. For Martinsburg, the key is stay disciplined. That was really one of the 2 things that I really wanted them to focus on last week, and they really didn't. It didn't end up mattering on the scoreboard, but hopefully you can get that better this week. You had fights happening. That's why you got a suspension this week, and hopefully you can do better this week.
All right, it's time for our opening kickoff, brought to you by CMA Honda of Winchester, located at 39-85 Valley Pike CMA moving lives forward. It is H.D. Woodson kicking off towards the north end zone. Martinsburg will return, heading towards the south end zone. Back to return for Martinsburg. Sherrod Musgrove and Cash Gideon on to kick is Rush Jr. for the Warriors. As they line up at the 40-yard line. Looks like they had one too many out there, so they have to rush off one player before we can get started. And here we go as Rush Jr.'s kick is off. It's a high end over end kick caught above the head of Musgrove at the 10-yard line. Musgrove goes up the middle, and he's met by two H.D. Woodson players, loses the ball, and it's recovered by H.D. Woodson at the 20. Do they say Musgrove was down, or
no? They
do.
Or they do. Okay.
Our head referee says
he's hurt too.
That he was down before he lost the ball, so Martinsburg keeps possession. But yes, Sherrod Musgrove got drilled on that play, is now gimping off the field, really barely putting any weight on that left leg. So you were already down Tyon Jacobs because of the suspension. Now you're down Sherrod Musgrove too.
Yeah, that's rough. We'll see who steps up. I already see it looked like Nick Buskey running on the field. Well, that's in the backfield.
Yeah, you got Clement, Fagan, and Buskey in the backfield. I believe Malachi Williams went out on the far side as the wide receiver. You have two on the far side, one on the near. Clement waiting for the snap. It's Buskey to his right, Fagan to his left in shotgun formation here in the first. 1st and 10 for Martinsburg at its 22-yard line with 11:55 to go in the first quarter. The snap back, he fakes the handoff to Buskey, instead gives it to Fagan. Fagan punches up the middle, tries to get through a tackle, eventually is brought down for a gain of 8 out across the 30 at the 31-yard line. So they'll say it's a 9-yard gain, bring up 2nd down and 1 with 11:39 to go.
Well, there's a little bit of a new element to the offense. We haven't really seen Buskey out on the field with the starters yet, but he had a good week last week against Boys Latin, and I think he earned himself some playing time before garbage time ended up happening.
Yeah, he did. I think he had a few rushes. I'm not sure if he had a touchdown.
He's got 7 for 63. That all came last week.
We'll see if he gets any touches here. 2nd down and 1. Ball at the 31. 5 seconds to go in the play clock. Snap back. Clement keeps it. He drops back. Sees wide open Fagan on the near side. It's caught at the 45. He jukes past the tackle out across the 40 in H.D. Woodson territory and will be brought down at the numbers just shy of the 30. So from the 31 to the 31, Martinsburg goes with 11 minutes and 1 second remaining in this first quarter. It's 1st and 10 Bulldogs.
It's a wheel route to the left side of the offense, and he's just wide open.
Martinsburg going quickly. The snap back, he hands it off to Buskey from Clement, and Buskey only gains about 1 yard, if maybe 2. So that brings up 2nd down and 8 as he got across the 30, they say, to the 29. So a 2-yard gain brings up 2nd down and 8. 10.5 minutes to go in this first quarter. You have 2 receivers on the far side of the field, one to the near side. It's Clement lined up behind Kaufman in shotgun formation. Buskey to his right, Fagan to his left. He sends Gideon motion from right to left, gets the snap, whistles blow, flag on the far side, and it's a false start against Martinsburg, so that'll back him up 5 yards. Put the ball at the 34-yard line to bring up a 2nd down and 13.
Well, the team had 75 penalties in the first half of last week's game. That's part of really the main thing I was talking about with them staying disciplined. Obviously, you don't want fights to happen either, but you don't want just penalties in general. They're going to sub out Nick Buskey now, but they had been sticking with that split back formation. That's one of the things I kind of mentioned with them experimenting with new
and
phases of offense.
Good news for Martinsburg, the sub that's coming in for Buskey, Sherrod Musgrove, who was shaken up on the kickoff. He seems to be okay. Under 10 minutes to go. Clement gets the snap, drops back to pass, pump fakes, and he's going to keep it himself, tackled from behind, and gets back to the 31-yard line. That'll bring up a 3rd and 10 for Martinsburg. 9:40 to go in this scoreless first quarter between the Bulldogs and the Warriors.
Sticking back with their 4 wide receiver look now. Now that Musgrove's healthy.
Clement in shotgun formation, Fagan to his left. Now going more into that pistol form. You got trips on the far side, one receiver to the near side, and another false start on Martinsburg. And that pushes them back another 5 yards, and that'll make the 3rd and 10 a 3rd and 15 as the ball now at H.D. Woodson's 36-yard line with 9:20 remaining in the first quarter.
I mean, you do your offense no favors. Just jumping off sides. Know what the snap count is. Listen up in the huddle.
They get the play call. 10 seconds remain on the play clock. 2 receivers to each side of Clement. Gets the snap from Kaufman, drops back, looking to the near side, pump fakes, throws a missile on the near sideline intended for Sherrod Musgrove, but it's low and falls incomplete. That'll bring up a 4th and 15 with 8:56 remaining in the first quarter.
They tried to go with the fake screen with the wheel route out of the slot with Musgrove. It was a tough play. Musgrove's going really far down the field. It was cover 2 from Woodson. Cover 2 zone. So it was kind of a soft spot, but it was an awkward window to try to fit it into.
4th and 15, Martinsburg going for it. Clement dropping back, looking to pass, steps up in the pocket, looks downfield, has to get rid of it, and it's nowhere near the first down on the near side. Caught by Cash Gideon at the 25 of H.D. Woodson, so well short of the yard to gain. It's a turnover on down for Martinsburg. Will be 1st and 10 for the Warriors at their 25 with 8:49 to go in this first quarter. So H.D. Woodson gets the stop to start off the game against Martinsburg.
That would have been a good play if it was still 2nd or 3rd down, but yeah, they just weren't able to find anything open. A little bit of pressure got to Murphy. He had to roll out and just kind of get rid of the ball. Offensive line needs to have a better drive than that one.
Dallas Allen Hall in at quarterback. Behind him is Allen Alston, the running back. He sends the H-back, Will Lewis, in motion. Snap, hands it off to Alston, and Alston swallowed up at the line of scrimmage and then drugged back by Reed and Yancey. And that's what we said during the pregame. You try to run on Martinsburg, good luck, as now it's 2nd and 10 as they just got back to the line of scrimmage.
I mean, it's a thing that's been all season. Rashad Reed has 5.5 tackles for loss in 3 games so far this year. He's just a beast up front. He immediately got through past the guard and made things awful for the running back.
8:10 to go. Snap, hand off to Alston. Tried to go inside zone to follow Lewis. This time they picked up half a yard out across the 25, just barely to the 26. So that brings up a 3rd down and 9 with 8 minutes to go in this first quarter for H.D. Woodson. Still scoreless between H.D. Woodson and Martinsburg.
Well, here we go. You're in a passing situation now. Dallas Allen Hall has only thrown 11 passes all year in the first 2 games. And I have a feeling he's going to up his average in tonight's game.
You got 2 receivers on the near side, 1 to the far for Allen Hall. He takes the snap, dropping back, looking to pass on the far side, chucks it deep, one-on-one coverage, and way overthrown. Intended receiver was Emmanuel Riddick. About a 10-yard difference between where he was and where the ball landed, and that brings up 4th and 9, and the Warriors will have to punt things away to Martinsburg with 7:29 to go in this first quarter.
Even if it wasn't overthrown, Buzzed Over was with him every step of the way, stride for stride. We've seen Buzz make plays harder than that when he's gotten, kind of that first step beaten by the wide receiver. We saw that against Stonebridge.
On the punt is Stark. Back to returns Clement and Musgrove for Martinsburg. The snap to Stark. Almost blocked. That's a low wobbler bouncing at the 45 of H.D. Woodson. Takes the Warriors roll past the 50, still rolling. They try to get some wind behind it, but it stops at Martinsburg's 47-yard line, and that's where the Bulldogs offense will come back out with a 1st and 10 with 7:18 to go in the first quarter. Still scoreless between the Bulldogs and the Warriors.
I thought it would have been fun if Caden Cockley kind of got down, laid down on the ground, and tried to blow on the ball to keep it keep it rolling. He did everything short of that, trying to use his hands.
1st and 10, Martinsburg. As it's the 2nd drive for the Bulldogs. You have 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Murphy Clement. Coy Fagan in at running back will be, it looks like right now, to Clement's right side. They are right in the middle at that 47-yard line. 7:18 to go in the first. Clement set, 3 seconds to go in the play clock. The snap, hands it off, Fegan gets it. Somehow slips past the tackle, but then is stopped right for a loss of 1 on the play, as eventually getting him was Deontay Hairston.
It's a great play by Harrison. He pretty much immediately got into the backfield. I don't know if
I believe it was Baker getting there first to kind of slow down Fegan.
And the offensive line for Martinsburg has not been its usual self so far, one play into its second drive.
2nd and 11, ball now at the 46 for Martinsburg, 6:43 to go. Clement hands it off to Fegan. Fegan reverses it to Gideon. Gideon on the near side out across the 50 will be stopped just shy of the 45. They say he got to H.D. Woodson's 46, so that'll make it a 3rd down and short. Looks like a 3rd down and 4 to go, with 6:20 to go in this first quarter. Little trickery there, trying to open up the playbook as Coach Walker and the Bulldogs.
So like I said, you can see they're trying out some things against Woodson here that they haven't shown in the first part of the season.
2 receivers on each side for Clement. He's got Fegan to his left. They now try to send Hendricks in motion from left to right. The whistles blow as he's confused, thought it was a different play, it looks like, and that's going to be a false start on Martinsburg, which is kind of what ruined the last drive. So instead of a 3rd and 3, it's now 3rd and 8.
Well, about half of the team thought the ball was being snapped, but the center certainly didn't snap it. Kyrie Bunny out on the left side, on the outside, started going, half the offensive line. It was going to be a pull play with Hendricks pulling, but
snap back to Clement. Looks to the far side. It's a wide receiver screen caught by Dover. Dover has space. Now cuts back to the middle of the field. Has the first down out across the 40. Will be spun around, brought down by Lewis just shy of the 35. They say he was stopped at the 37 of H.D. Woodson. And that's a first down for Martinsburg. Gain of 18 on the play.
Great athletes that Martinsburg has. It helps them out a lot. It can get them out of holes sometimes. You know, you get 3 false starts in your first 2 drives. 1 right there backs you up on 3rd and long, and you can still get out of it with a screenplay because you have the better athletes on the field.
1st and 10 at the 38, 5:10 to go in this scoreless first quarter between Martinsburg and H.D. Woodson. 3 receivers on the near side, 1 to the far side for Clement. And another flag and another false start. What is going on for the Bulldogs? That is the 4th false start of the quarter. And it looks like the coaching staff will burn a timeout as they are irate. We'll take the timeout with them, a 1-minute break. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10, back in 1 minute.
The Skinner family has been representing West Virginians for more than 50 years.
We've changed the name of our firm to Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers because we want to be clear about what we do. We represent people who have been in car, truck, and other catastrophic accidents.
We're here to be a voice for the injured and vulnerable, and we take that job seriously with deep commitment to serving our clients wherever they are.
Just Google Skinner Accident Lawyer or visit SkinnerWins.com. We'll treat you like family.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
We welcome you back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. A scoreless first quarter between Martinsburg and H.D. Woodson. Martinsburg with the ball, 5:01 to go in the first. 1st and 10 at the 37 of H.D. Woodson for the Bulldogs. Snap back from Kaufman to Clement. He hands it off to Fegan. Fegan tries to go up the middle, only gains about a yard as he was trying to find a hole, but the defensive line so far tonight of H.D. Woodson has been fantastic in closing the gaps. That brings up a 2nd and 9.
Yeah, Fagan was able to get 9 yards on his first carry, but so far a net of 0 on the next 2. And they've made Murphy kind of move around a little bit when he's dropped back to pass.
2nd and 9 at the 36. Snap back to Clement, fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, goes up the middle, has some space, out across into the secondary past the 30. He'll be tripped up at the 27-yard line, or 28-yard line, they say. So a yard short of the first down. Makes it 3rd and 1.
That's a play the Ravens have had success a lot of over the last couple of years. QB bash, you're pulling the guards towards the quarterback rather than where the running back's going.
3rd and 1 at the 28 of H.D. Woodson. Snap to Clement. It's a direct snap. He goes up the middle as the first down and then some. Jukes past the tackler, but then at the last second that tackler grabs his shoe and he stopped at the 17-yard line. So that's a 1st and 10. Martinsburg with 4:20 to go in the first quarter. Bulldogs inside the red zone now.
I think they changed up the play calling a little bit, trying to find a little bit of momentum. Go to what you know is best. Put the ball in the hands of your best athlete, Murphy Clement.
4 minutes to go in the first. It's Clement in at quarterback. He has Coy Fegan lined up to the right side. One receiver on the far side's buzzed over to the near side's Gideon, Musgrove, Williams. Snap to Clement. He pitches it over to Fegan. Fegan jukes past one tackler. Now loses the ball. It's on the ground. We'll see who picked it up.
I think Fegan got it back.
And it looks like he did. You are correct as he hands it off to the official. So he was able to recover his own fumble. It's a gain of 5, maybe 4, they say. It's close, but it's a 2nd down with 3:25 to go in this first quarter. Kaufman snaps it to Clement. He drops back looking to pass, steps up in the pocket, chucks it deep to the near corner of the end zone, and it's broken up and incomplete. Is there a flag? It's like the official might have thrown a flag, as after the play, Coakley was a little frustrated there. Thought he had good defense against Gideon, but
maybe it was a grab with the back hand for a hold or pass interference with the ball being in the air. But it from this angle, it looked like pretty good defense. But I wouldn't be surprised if that back hand was kind of grabbing the receiver there. I was going to give them credit. Saw a similar play like that absolutely be a blown coverage by Boys Latin last week and say that, hey, this is a better team than what you saw last week. But there's the penalty.
It's pass interference. That puts the ball half the distance to the goal at the 6-yard line. 1st and goal from the 6. Clement with Buskey to his right, Fegan to his left, gets the snap, hands it off to Fegan. Fegan goes to the right side, follows his blockers, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 3:11 to go in the first. It's now Martinsburg 6, H.D. Woodson nothing. Little HB sweep there to open up the scoring tonight, Dylan.
Yep, you had Buskey out there as well, kind of give you another lead blocker going that way. That split back formation gives you a lot of options to play off of, kind of confuses the defense a little bit. Maybe you thought Murphy was going to pull it and take the ball himself, but there goes Fegan, and he had a lot of open room.
And now a late flag thrown on the far side, so we wait for the referee to give the call. That was way after the play. Unsportsmanlike conduct on H.D. Woodson, and that'll be enforced on the kickoff. As on to attempt the extra point is Cody Page for Martinsburg, who now leads 6-0 after the 6-yard touchdown run by Fegan. On to hold is Fegan. This Page is lined up for the PAT. Snap back. Kick is up. And that kick is good. So with 3:11 remaining in the first quarter, it's now Martinsburg 7, Woodson nothing. Step aside, take a 1-minute break. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee Wee to the big boys to the wing T formation.
A hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
We welcome you back as it's now 7-0 Martinsburg. They lead over H.D. Woodson with 3 minutes 11 seconds to go in the first quarter, as it'll be Cody Page to kick off from H.D. Woodson's 45-yard line after the unsportsmanlike penalty. Makes it a 15-yard penalty on the Warriors. Now it looks like we're going to have a watermelon-style kick as the football is right down on the turf at the 45 for Page. He's ready to kick it off to the Warriors. It's a low onside kick to the near side, and it's fallen on and eventually recovered by H.D. Woodson's Augustus. Lafayette Augustus recovers it. 1st and 10, H.D. Woodson.
Well, Colin, that was an 8-play, 54-yard drive for the Bulldogs there, ending with a 6-yard rushing touchdown by Koi Fagan. They had to try a little harder than they might have expected to.
Scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 1st and 10, H.D. Woodson at the 34-yard line for them, with 3:10 to go in the first. Snap back to Allen Hall. He hands it off to his running back, who tries to push forward through the line. And Martinsburg's line and linebackers push right back. A gain of 2 on the play to make it 2nd down and 8 at the 36-yard line.
Like I said, I don't think runs up the middle, straight up like this, are really going to be what gets you much success in this one. But maybe you just got to build a foundation, then you can kind of branch off of it later. You see a lot of that in play calling sometimes.
That was Alston in on the carry. Alston, as well as Allen Hall in the backfield. Alston to his left. To the right is the H-back in Lewis, the 6'2", 250-pound senior. And now play clock at 0. And eventually, about almost 5 seconds after, the officials realize it. So a delay of game on H.D. Woodson. Be a 5-yard penalty to make it 2nd and 13. Puts the ball at the 31. I was waiting. I think you were too, Dylan, to see if anybody else noticed that, because it was at 0 for a while.
Well, it took everyone kind of a while to figure that out, but.
So now 2nd down and 13 at the 31. Snap back down. He drops back the pass. Has to step up in the pocket. Somehow slips through the first tackle, but second time around is the charm for Martinsburg, as it's E.J. Hendricks in with the sack. And that pushes the ball back for H.D. Woodson. So it's 22-yard line. So a 9-yard loss on that will make it 3rd and 22.
I'm surprised away from Reed, because not a lot of guys can, but Hendricks was there to clean it up. That's what you ask for from your defensive lineman.
A minute 38 to go. Clock winding down in this first quarter. It's Martinsburg 7, H.D. Woodson nothing. One receiver on the far side, 2 to the near side for Dallas Allen Hall, the quarterback. You have Alston now swapping with Lewis. Alston on the right, Lewis on the left. Snap just in time, and they hand it off to Alston, and Alston goes nowhere. 4th down now, as they say he gained 8 yards, so that makes it 4th down and 20, and on to punt comes the Warriors with a minute to go in this first quarter. Your first quarter presented on CV10 by the Dutch Miller Automotive Group, home of friends and family pricing, as well as the Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields & Sons, family-owned full-service funeral home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson, proudly serving the area since 1880. Stark on to punt. This punt almost blocked. They ran into him, so a flag will be thrown as that punt on the near sideline now will roll across the 50 and stop at Martinsburg's 47-yard line. So that's a Personal foul called against Martinsburg. A running into the kicker penalty with 33 seconds remaining in this first quarter. The officials look to the far side to see if it's accepted or declined.
I was going to say, no one's really on the field right now to...
But that's twice now that Martinsburg has been just shy of blocking the punt. It looks like H.D. Woodson will accept the penalty. It's still 4th down, though. Only a 15-yard penalty, I believe.
The 38-yard line.
No, my apologies. That was the wrong one. There's running into and roughing, I believe. So 1st and 10 for H.D. Woodson.
Well, it's tough to not get your defense off the field there, but see what they do.
Yeah, even though I originally thought it was running, it was roughing. So automatic 1st down is the snap to Austin. Flag thrown from behind the play at the line of scrimmage. And it's a holding against H.D. Woodson. So that'll push them back now with 28 seconds to go.
Initial indication is holding against H.D. Woodson.
And
Woodson, a lot of flags so far.
Yeah, Woodson gives it right back. I think Woodson's offensive line has to play particularly disciplined tonight because they're not a passing offense based on what they've done so far this year. They've only thrown 11 passes through the first 2 games, and you're not really being able to run the ball for a whole lot. If you put yourself in these 1st and 20s, automatically you're putting yourself in a situation where you might have be ending the drive right there as long as Martinsburg doesn't mess up.
So 1st and long, snap back to Allen Hall. He hands it off to Austin. Austin bursts through the middle and then is caught at the original line of scrimmage before the penalty. So that makes it now 2nd and 10 as they get to the 38-yard line. And that's going to be the final play of our first quarter. It is Martinsburg 7, H.D. Woodson nothing. We'll step aside, take a 1-minute break, then be back for the second quarter. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
We welcome you back as we are entering the second quarter between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and the H.D. Woodson Warriors. Martinsburg up 7-0. It's H.D. Woodson now with a 2nd down and 10 at its 38-yard line to start off the second quarter. And the quarterback, Dallas Allen Hall, shotgun formation with his running back, Allen Austin, to his right. Gets the snap, fakes the handoff, steps up in the pocket, throws it to Rush Jr., and it's incomplete. It looked like we had a collision with a referee as well, as he's slow to get up. Hopefully
I think 2 players kind of fell on top of an official, kind of tripped over him, something like that. 2 players and an official all went down in a sort of 3-way collision as there was blocking.
Yeah, Ace Flores and Rashad Reed, I think, accidentally were the ones that hit the official. So hopefully he's okay and can continue. They're going to take their time, get him some water to make sure he's 100%. It'll be a 3rd and 10 at the 38 of H.D. Woodson with 11:44 to go in this second quarter. Looks like the official is okay. He puts his hat back on and will stay out there to the applause of the fans. Flores kind of pats him on the back, and the official does so back to him, make sure both are all right.
We kind of forget sometimes the officials are putting themselves in harm's way out there. They have got no pads on.
Snap back to Allen Hall. He drops back, rolls out to the right, has an open receiver, and it's dropped at the last second. It's the pass intended for William Simmons. He would have still had to have 10 yards after the catch to get that first down, as
he would have come close to it.
He would have, because he had a lot of space, but that pass made him kind of fall down because it was low, and then eventually it fell incomplete anyway. So that's 4th and 10 at the 38, and the punt unit back out now for H.D. Woodson as it's Richard Stark, the punt. Back to returns Clement and Musgrove. We've seen a few times Martinsburg come close to blocking the punts. Last time a roughing the kicker, or roughing the punter, excuse me, penalty was called to give a 1st and 10 to the Warriors.
Yeah, the punt game is going to be kind of rough for both sides tonight. Tyon Jacobs is Martinsburg's usual punter, and he's suspended tonight. So, and the punting for H.D. Woodson hasn't been good so far.
H.D. Woodson has to use a timeout as they had one fewer player out there than they wanted to, only 10 instead of 11. We'll keep it here at 7-0 Martinsburg, leading with 11:36 to go in this second quarter over H.D. Woodson. And this, so far, a pretty good ball game. Didn't fully know what to expect from H.D. Woodson. We know defensively they've been fine, able to only allow 8 points so far in the 2 games that they've played, but they've definitely held their own so far.
It has been a pretty good defense. I think that potentially Martinsburg has had more trouble moving the ball than they thought they would. They've had to gotten a little more creative and changed up their game plan from what they thought they were going to have to do, like when they gave Murphy Clement 2 straight carries and he got 19 yards out of them. I don't know if they really thought that they were going to have to put the ball in Murphy's hand like that too many times. They could just let Fagan and maybe even Buskey carry the load rushing the ball, but they needed to get something going. They just said, you know what, put it in his hands. I think eventually Martinsburg will figure out the little ways to nick Woodson here and there to get some more points up on the board.
High snap to the punter. The punt is away, and again a flag thrown as Martinsburg hit the punter for a second time tonight.
I mean, what are we doing? This is pretty much the same issue we were having last week, where, again, last week Martinsburg had 75 penalty yards in the first half, and we're on our way to that again so far. They already have 35 before we figure out how much yardage this was, if it was a 15 or a 5.
That was also a very short punt.
Right, just sit back. This guy's not a good punter. I'm sorry. Just sit back and let him punt the ball.
They'll decline the penalties that one not roughing, it was running into the kicker, so they'll decline it, give the ball to Martinsburg, and it will be a 1st and 10 with 11:28 to go in this second quarter. It's 7-0 Martinsburg. 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs offense, and it looks like it's at their 48-yard line. Clement gets the play call from the near side before going back out to his teammates. You have 2 receivers on the far side, 2 to the near side. Clement has Fagan to his left. Woodson sending some pressure. It's a quick pass to the near side, caught by Dover. Dover tries to hurdle over somebody, but he's caught and brought down at H.D. Woodson's 45-yard line. And that'll bring up a 2nd down and 4.
That's kind of been the one thing they've been able to get going in the passing game, has been those screens. So we'll see if that continues. They had the blown assignment on the wheel route earlier. Outside of that, it's been a little tough.
Under 11 to go in the second quarter. Trips to the near side, one receiver to the far side. Clement sends Fagan over to his left, gets the snap from Kaufman, just going to keep it himself, follow Fagan, tries to find a hole, but from behind it is wrapped up and brought down by Will Lewis, the defensive end for H.D. Woodson. as Clement only got back to the original line of scrimmage, so that brings up a 3rd and 4 at the 45 of Woodson.
Will Lewis listed at 6'2", 250 pounds, and he looks every bit of it. He's a monster out there, and he's shown to be kind of disruptive. It's been a tough time.
Yeah, during the pregame interview, I asked who to watch out for to Coach Greg Fuller. He was first on the list. Snap to Clement, he rolls out to his right, steps up, sees a man deep, throws it, and in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Sarad Musgrove. If he had that one, it looked like almost a foreshort touchdown, Dylan.
Yeah, it might have been 6 points there. At least would have been a conversion down towards the red zone. It's a great pass by Clement, right on the money. And it was a tough play, too, because they had kind of a rolling pocket coming out, and he got pressure in his face, so he had to stop rolling out, step up into the middle of the pocket, and then make that throw down the field. I wasn't sure. It was going to be a pretty tough throw, but he made it.
10 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in this second quarter. 4th down and 4 at H.D. Woodson's 45, Martinsburg, keeping the offense out there. Man in motion's Gideon, and a flag thrown. We'll wait to see who it's against. And no surprise here, it's another false start on Martinsburg, so that'll back them up 5 yards, put it at the 50-yard line. Instead of a 4th and 4, it is now a 4th down and 9, or 4th and 8, actually. So, I had my math wrong earlier.
Colin, I usually give 2 keys of the game for each team in pregame. I only had 1 for Martinsburg because I thought it was the clear and obvious thing they needed to do to win this game by a significant margin, and it was stay disciplined. And that's the one thing they're not doing so far. That's the 5th false start, and we're 14 minutes into the game.
And now whistle's blown. And it looks like Martinsburg has to burn a timeout. We'll take it with them. 10:03 to go in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg 7, H.D. Woodson nothing. A 1-minute break. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call my parents. Dad, come over. The brisket's done.
The Traeger Connected Experience. Everything you need for epic flavor, and then some.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Welcome back, as instead of punting, Martinsburg sent the offense back out. 4th down and 9 at the 50-yard line.
Why not?
3 receivers to near side, 1 to the far side for Clements in the pistol formation with Fagan. They now motion over. Fagan takes the snap, and he's going to punt it. And that's a short punt, bouncing at the 20, going over to the far sideline. Now takes a slight Martinsburg roll, and will stop inside the 20 at H.D. Woodson's 18-yard line with 9:53 to go in this second quarter. 1st and 10 Warriors inside, deep into their territory.
They didn't see it coming. The pooch punt, they move Clement, motion him out of the way. And Fagan, he must have had the better reps in the pooch punt department this week. That's an interesting thing, because you wonder, H.D. Woodson, do they know that Martinsburg's usual punter is suspended? It's one of those things where maybe they know it, maybe they don't. They didn't send anyone back there.
1st and 10 at the 18-yard line for H.D. Woodson. You got Dallas Allen Hall out at quarterback. Lined up to his left is Alston. And we have a brief pause as H.D. Woodson kind of confused over there, having to swap some personnel. Now it looks like they're finally able to do so. He also, it looks like, has a equipment issue on the far side, so Trying to see who that is. I think it's Damian Sims, the wide receiver on the far side, with a potential issue. I think it's his undershirt that's kind of just falling apart at the seam. So he tore a part of it off and now threw it to the sideline. So we're ready to go now for the Warriors offense. And another whistle blows, and this time it's a false start on H.D. Woodson.
Oh man, neither team has really gotten it together on the offensive line in particular with the false starts.
So that'll back up the Warriors to their 13-yard line to make it a 1st and 15. Again, 9:53 remaining in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 7, H.D. Woodson nothing. Snap back to Allen Hall. He hands it off to Alston, and Alston tries to go up the middle, but will be stopped by Bass and Hendricks. They say he only got back to the line of scrimmage. That'll bring up 2nd and 15.
11 penalties between both teams combined so far.
So they'll actually change that to say his forward progress gave him a yard, so instead of 2nd and 15, it is 2nd and 14 at the 14-yard line. H.D. Woodson breaks the huddle with 15 seconds left on the play clock. You have 2 receivers to the left side of Dallas Allen Hall, 1 to the right side. Lewis, the H-back in motion, and it hits off him, falling on top of, and Martinsburg saying they have it, and we'll wait to see who does.
They do.
They do. Rashad Reed fell on top of it and gets the ball for Martinsburg, and the Bulldogs have the ball inside the red zone with 9:02 to go in the second quarter. H.D. Woodson sent the H-back Will Lewis in motion as a tight end to the opposite side of the line, and the ball was snapped at the same time he was motioning, hit off his thigh into the ground.
As it was happening in real time, I thought they snapped the ball, and I was like, isn't he still in the way of the quarterback? And he was. It's hard to really say who's that on. You would assume the quarterback, but you don't really know, and only the coaches truly know how that play was supposed to go.
So 1st and 10, Martinsburg at the 14 of H.D. Woodson. The snap to Clemente, hands it off to Fegan. Fegan shifting back and forth, finds a hole, goes out across the 10. And they'll say he was actually stopped at the 11. His knee came down first before getting to the 10. So a 4-yard gain brings up 2nd down and 6 with 8:45 to go in the second quarter. Martinsburg in the red zone trying to add on to its 7-0 lead over H.D. Woodson. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Buskey to the right, Fegan to the left. Clement gets the handoff. Another halfback sweep to Fegan. He comes to the right side over to the near side. Martinsburg sideline out across the 10. He'll stumble forward and be tripped up at the 6-yard line to bring up 3rd down.
26 yards so far for Coy Fagan. Pretty good. They're still... This H.D. Woodson defense is impressive so far.
3rd down and 2 at the 6 of H.D. Woodson. 8 minutes to go in this second quarter. You have Kyrie Bunny, the receiver, to the Martinsburg sideline. 2 receivers on the far sideline is Gideon and Dover. Snap to Clement. Clement goes up the middle, bounces off a tackle, extends to the end zone, and he's in. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 7:47 to go in the second quarter. It's now 13-0 Martinsburg over H.D. Woodson.
I thought it was an interesting formation they were going with. I probably should have assumed that's what the play was going to be. Fagan and Buskey lined up right next to each other in the shotgun, where you would kind of almost think of it as like a video game glitch. Why are there 2 running backs in the same spot? But they were both used as lead blockers for Murphy to go up through the middle of the offensive line.
So, Page on to attempt the PAT. It is a high, short kick. And to the left, no good. So it remains 13-0 with 7:47 remaining in this second quarter. Martinsburg leads H.D. Woodson. Will step aside and take a 1-minute break here in the second quarter. This is West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV10.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore, D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value Brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
We welcome you back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. 7:47 to go in the second quarter. It's now Martinsburg 13, HD Woodson nothing. Again, it looks like Cody Page will have the ball just on the turf for a watermelon-style kickoff. Raises his hand and kicks it. It's a short squib kick at the 40-yard line and directly at the legs of Alston. He kind of catches it with his legs, then drops down on top of it at the 39-yard line, 1st and 10 Warriors.
Colin, that was a 3-play, 13-yard drive after the fumble by H.D. Woodson results in a 6-yard rushing touchdown. Both rushing touchdowns so far have been exactly 6 yards. This time it was by the quarterback, Murphy Clement, with his running backs as lead blockers.
Your scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 1st down and 10 at the 39-yard line for H.D. Woodson. Dallas Allen Hall gets the snap. He hands it off to Alston. Alston breaks through a tackle. Flag thrown at the 35-yard line as he bounces off another, and then will go down at the 47-yard line of H.D. Woodson. A few more whistles blow after the play. Don't see another flag thrown, however, unless you do, Dylan. I think I only saw the one at the 45. Waiting to see what the call is. You have 7 minutes, 41 seconds to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 13, H.D. Woodson nothing. Your second quarter brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go online at HagerstownFord.com, as well as Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, representing accident and injury claims for over 50 years. Go to SkinnerWins.com. Is that penalty called against H.D. Woodson? I could not hear on the PA system, Dylan, what it was. Did you, perchance?
I believe it was a hold.
Okay. That's what I assumed where it was on the field, as that at the 45, so it's a 10-yard penalty, 1st and 15, or 1st down and
I think it was a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, but I think it was pretty far up the field, about 6 yards, so it's only
the flag
second.
Was at the 45.
It's only 1st and
35.
14 in the end.
1st and 14 at the 35, 7:20 to go in the second quarter. Snapped back to Allen Hall. He hands it off to Alston. Alston, very shifty, bursting through, going to the far side, and he's off to the races. Excuse me, that's Simmons. Simmons on the far side, out across the 25, will step out of bounds at the 24-yard line. Big play for Simmons instead of Alston that time. Switching it up in the backfield was H.D. Woodson, so that's 1st and 10 for them, but injury on the field, just shy of that 50-yard line for a H.D. Woodson lineman here with 7:10 to go. But what a run there by William Simmons, the 5'10", 165-pound sophomore, Dylan.
Yeah, he's fast. There was a hole that opened up in the middle of the offensive line. They were kind of the right side. I think the B gap opened up between the guard and the tackle, and he just hit the hole, and there was no one on that second level for him to meet up with. And he let loose, 41-yard gain, and that's more offense than we've seen from any other play combined for H.D. Woodson so far. Their biggest play before that had been a 10-yard gain, and then past that, a 2-yard gain.
So they help up the injured lineman for H.D. Woodson, and he'll be helped off the field trying to get
Antoine Moore
there.
Nice round of applause for number 57,
Yes, you are correct, Dylan, as he's helped off. Hopefully he's okay and can come back, but they'll have to be without him for the time being as we get ready. It's first down and 10. H.D. Woodson at Martinsburg's 24-yard line. 7:10 to go in the second. It is Martinsburg 13, H.D. Woodson nothing.
Well, that was one of their bigger guys, literally, in the literal sense. Only 2 players above 300 pounds on this roster. He was one of them, listed 6'1", 305. Junior.
Allen Hall gets the snap, hands it off to his running back. It's Simmons again, and Simmons this time going to be stopped by Xerxes Yancey as he wraps up the legs of the running back and Simmons. I'll say his forward progress gained him about 2 yards, it looks like, to bring up a second down and 8 at that 23-yard line now. So only a 1-yard gain. So second and 9.
Let's see if Woodson can capitalize on this drive and finish with a touchdown. They're just knocking on the door of the red zone.
6.5 minutes remaining before halftime. You have Allen Hall at quarterback, Simmons to his right, the H-back, Will Lewis to the left side of the line. Snap back to Allen Hall, he drops back the pass, sees an open man in the middle of the field, and it's caught by the receiver at the 7-yard line. Trying to see who that was making the catch for H.D. Woodson. It's a 1st and 10 as that was Damian Sims in on the reception.
16-yard gain.
So 1st and goal for H.D. Woodson at the 8-yard line with 6 minutes to go in this second quarter.
I think that was a blown assignment. Looked like man coverage, and there was just no one. I think he beat his guy in the slot.
And H.D. Woodson's going to have to use a timeout. Let's take it with him. A 1-minute break. It is 13-0 Martinsburg with 6:05 to go in this second quarter. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10. Back in a minute.
The 37th Community Wellness Screening Event, sponsored by Rotary of Martinsburg with services provided by WVU Medicine, will be held Saturday, August 26, 6 to 10 a.m. at WVU Medicine Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation on Tavern Road in Martinsburg. Know your numbers. It's easy and convenient. No waiting in line, no doctor's appointment. Discounted screenings offered. Pre-registration required. Deadline to register is August 18th. Sign up.
Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
Second quarter between Martinsburg and H.D. Woodson. The Bulldogs lead the Warriors 13-0. But H.D. Woodson, the Warriors, at the 8-yard line of Martinsburg with a 1st and goal. It's Dallas Allen Hall getting the snap, handing it off to his running back Simmons, and somehow he slips through the tackle and finds himself into the end zone, loses his helmet, but it's a touchdown Warriors with 6 minutes to go in this second quarter. They make it 13-6. And my, oh my, this sophomore William Simmons is very shifty.
He's added another level to this offense. He's, I mean, as you know, say what he's listed at again.
5'10", 165.
Yeah, he just ran up through the hole and, through contact, got those extra yards to get into the end zone. That's impressive. Not just the speed, but he was able to just power through. They're going to go for 2 as well.
H.D. Woodson going for 2. Allen Hall takes the snap, hands it off to Lewis, the H-back, and he goes absolutely nowhere. So that keeps it at 13-6 with 6 minutes to go in this second quarter. We'll step aside and take another break here, a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10. Martinsburg on top.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. A hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
We welcome you back here. Second quarter, exactly 6 minutes remaining on the clock, and it's now 13-6. Martinsburg only up by a touchdown over H.D. Woodson. It's H.D. Woodson now to kick off, as we have some issues on what football they want to kick with, apparently. So one was thrown out there. Now it's thrown back. Now another one was thrown out. That got stopped and thrown back. Now a third one is coming out. As a kicker, I know there's typically certain footballs that you used to kick, because the more you kick it, the more disformed it gets, so you don't want to use the same one you kick. It's the one that you typically have your quarterback handle or your running backs.
Something I wouldn't have known.
Now you know. So that is a short kick, falling on top of it and losing it. And I think it's recovered by H.D. Woodson, as that went to Coy Fagan and he muffed it. Woodson has the ball in Martinsburg territory. 1st and 10 for the Warriors at the 38-yard line. So H.D. Woodson kind of giving Martinsburg a taste of Dylan.
I was just misplayed there by Fagan. He tried to dive for it, kind of dove made the decision to dive too late to where the ball bounced right in front of him, then bounced up into his chest. And when he came down on the ball, it just kind of popped out from under him. He's just got to sit back and let that kind of roll to him.
2 receivers to each side for Dallas Allen Hall. Running back to his left, he sends a man in motion. Snap back, dropping back to pass is Allen Hall. Has the receiver on the far sideline. He keeps his feet in. It's caught just shy of the line. Rush Jr. making the catch for a gain of 8, but a flag at the line of scrimmage. And I believe you just kind of motioned, Dylan, that it's a holding on H.D. Woodson.
So I was thrown right at the feet of I believe, Antoine Moore back in the game. Yeah, that is who it is. As he was bringing down, I think, Hendricks. And yeah, they're backing it up.
So that backs them up after the pass to Rush Jr. That would have been an 8-yard gain. Instead, it's a 1st down and 20 with a 10-yard penalty. 5:54 on the clock in this second quarter. Martinsburg 13, H.D. Woodson 6 is your score.
H.D. Woodson's got 7 penalties for 62 yards so far. Martinsburg hasn't done a whole lot better.
Snap back. Hand off to the running back. It's Alston, and Martinsburg read it. A loss on the play of 5 or 6 to bring up second and even longer, as now you got to untangle some people, as Alston was kind of wrapped up with Wes Hancock, the now WVU commit, as he got a PWO to continue his career with the Mountaineers next fall.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Reed and Yancey as well, but he's a big part of both lines, really, on the offensive and defensive line. He's part of the reason that Martinsburg can win up in the trenches.
So 4-yard loss on that brings up 2nd and 24 at the 47 of H.D. Woodson. Allen Hall dropping back, looking to pass, chucks it deep to the near side, some hands, and it's caught by the receiver, Emmanuel Riddick, as him as well as Buzz Dover were really handsy, and now, oh no, for H.D. Woodson, their quarterback, Dallas Allen Hall, is down at the 35-yard line and looks to be in a little bit of pain.
There's a flag down back there, too. Might be roughing the passer. wasn't watching that part of the play. I was following the ball through the air. But he wasn't hit right as he threw it, so I have to think it was kind of a late hit.
5:04 to go in this second quarter. There's Riddick with the big catch there over Buzz Dover. Puts the ball back in Martinsburg territory for H.D. Woodson as they are still checking on the quarterback, Dallas Allen Hall, the 6'1" junior for H.D. Woodson. Did not really see what happened to him. As for those tuned in on TV10, might have a replay of it for you on there, but let's step aside and take a 1-minute break.
Well, he's
here.
Getting up.
Actually, let's keep it here since he's up. Thank you.
It looked like he was about to stay down for a while.
Yeah. Back in the studio, Nick. Let's keep it here as he's up and jogging off the field under his own power, so hopefully he's okay and can come back in. He did lose his helmet, so he has to be out at least this play, I believe.
The only other player on the roster that we have for a player listed as quarterback is Richard Stark, number 15, who's a 6', 175 junior. See if that's who they send out or not.
Waiting to see who it is as the line and a receiver comes out first.
That is who it is.
You are correct. It is Richard Stark now in at quarterback for the time being until Allen Hall is able to come back, which looks like it might be sooner rather than later as he has the helmet in his hand over on the sideline, just getting some fluids in him. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Stark. He got Alston lined up to his left. Under 5 to go in the second quarter, 1st and 10 at the 23, Martinsburg. He drops back, rolls out to the right. Stark chucks it deep, has a man wide open in the end zone. Diving for it, does he have it? He does. Touchdown, H.D. Woodson. Damond Rush Jr. with the catch. And it's now 13-12. Martinsburg only up by 1, and the PAT incoming. Wow. We got ourselves a ball game here at Coburn Field.
I was really see them run or pass the ball there, considering it seemed like Allen Hall was going to come back into the game pretty quickly, and a backup quarterback coming in, maybe you just want to get him used to being out on the field, run the ball. Maybe you hope you don't even need your backup to throw the ball at all, but wow, that was a dime. He's a lefty rolling out to his right, so then he had to spin around and chuck the ball down the field, and Rush was open, made a play to get himself open. I think a double move out on the outside, and what a throw. This is a way different ball game than we expected so far.
4:48 remaining in the second quarter. It's a 1-point game. H.D. Woodson used its final timeout of the half. Martinsburg still has 1 remaining. It's both teams now back out onto the field. Trying to look to see.
Looks like they're going for 2 again.
It looks like H.D. Woodson going for 2, so maybe they have nobody to kick point after attempts.
They might not.
As all alone in the backfield is Stark. 3 receivers near side, 2 to the far side, so 5 wide set. Drops back, chucks a fade to the right side, and it's broken up by Musgrove, intended for Riddick. So the score remains 13-12. Martinsburg up by 1 with 4:48 to go in this second quarter. Step aside and take a 1-minute break. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR TV10. Back in a minute.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from 1 location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
We welcome you back here. 13-12, Martinsburg clinging on to a 1-point lead now. with 4:48 to go in this second quarter. Short kick caught by Ace Flores behind the 45 of Martinsburg, and he'll just go down to make it 1st and 10 Martinsburg.
So that was a 3-play, 38-yard drive for that 23-yard touchdown in the end for H.D. Woodson to bring this to a 1-point game.
Scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate effective fiscally conservative voice for the 16th district, as Martinsburg's offense out on the field, 1st and 10 at its 44-yard line. Clement gets the snap from Kaufman, will hand it off to the running back Fegan. Fegan jukes past one tackle, but then is tripped up by a lineman. He stumbles forward just shy of the 50. They say his knee was down at the 48, so a 3-yard gain brings up 2nd and 6. 4-yard gain. 4.5 to go in this second quarter. And a low-scoring affair. And right now has Martinsburg stunned. 13-12, they lead H.D. Woodson. 2nd and 6, even though the chain has it as 4th down for some reason. The handoff to the running back, Fegan. He cuts to the near side, stiff arms a man at the 40, at the 30. Big gain, Coy Fegan. Out across the 30 at the 29-yard line as well. He'll be stopped. 1st down, Martinsburg with 4:08 to go in this second quarter.
23-yard gain. He didn't have much more than 23 on his first group of carries, his first 8. His 9th one goes for almost doubling his total on the day.
Under 4 to go in this second quarter. The snap to Clement. He keeps it himself. Has some blockers on the near side. He's at the 25 and will go down. It is a 4-yard gain to bring up 2nd and 6, as they say he was stopped just shy of the 25 at the 26.5. 3:35 remaining in this second quarter. Martinsburg 13, H.D. Woodson 12. 2nd and 5 at the 25. The right hash is Martinsburg's offense. 2 receivers to each side for Clement. He now positions Fegan to the right side. Snap from Kaufman. Clement dropping back. Pump fake. Steps up. Has a man wide open. It's Fegan in the middle. And it's a touchdown for Martinsburg. 3:13 to go in this second quarter. Makes it 19-12, but hold everything as there's flags on the play. We're waiting to see who it's on. If it's against H.D. Woodson, the touchdown stands. If it's against Martinsburg, it's called back. And by the sound to our left from the coaches, it might be H.D. Woodson, Dylan.
It might be.
But now they're pointing to Martinsburg. There are 2 flags, though, so if it's offsetting,
it might be offsetting penalties. We just
redo it,
yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Got 3:13 to go in this second quarter.
It was an impressive throw by Clement. He had guys in his face. It is a hold on Martinsburg and illegal hands to the face on H.D. Woodson. So, yeah, offsetting penalties, replay the down.
So that does take off the touchdown, keeps it at 13-12, but it remains 2nd and 5 at the 25 with 3:13 to go in this second quarter. And 2 receivers to each side of Clement. Fegan to his right. Clement drops back, looking to far side. Has pressure. On the out route on the far side, it's caught by Musgrove. Musgrove somehow gets past 3 defenders and into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. My, oh my, Sirad Musgrove breaking 3 ankles today. 2:59 to go in this second quarter. It's now 19-12. Martinsburg leads H.D. Woodson.
I know we got a line named Kyrie in Kyrie Bunny. But out there on the field, Rod Musgrove was looking like Kyrie Irving, breaking ankles. The quickness, I don't know how that turned into a touchdown. That was incredible.
There were 3 guys between him and the end zone.
He just froze all of them.
And now Martinsburg stays frozen. H.D. Woodson does not. And everybody, it seems like, jumps for an encroachment on the point after attempt. So we'll see if, because of that, putting it at the 1.5, Martinsburg decides to go for 2, or if they just keep the extra point unit out there, and right now it looks like that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Fegan on to hold, Cody Page on to attempt the PAT. So we wait for the snapback from the long snapper, Will Bass. Now Fegan looks over.
3 seconds on the play clock.
2 seconds, 1. They don't get it off. Flag thrown now, and it's a delay of game. So an encroachment followed by a delay of game now. It's 19-12 with 2:59 to go in this second quarter. Martinsburg's extra point unit going to be backed up.
It's the 16th penalty of the game that is actually counted. We just had those 2 that were offsetting. We had a declined 1 or 2 earlier. It's still 16 accepted penalties in the first half is wild.
So it's now at the 6.5-yard line. Page and the extra point lined up at the 13 or 14-yard line. Snapback, hold by Fegan, kick is up by Page. And that is through the uprights and good. Martinsburg now extends its lead to 20-8 over HD Woodson with 2:59 to go in this second quarter. Let's step aside and take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
Welcome back as Cody Page on to kick off for Martinsburg at the 40-yard line for the Bulldogs. He has it with no kicking tee, just right on the turf. It's short directly to one of the up men, and it's caught right into the gut.
Will Lewis,
and he just falls on top of it at the 49-yard line of HD Woodson, and that's where the Warriors offense will come out with a 1st and 10 with 2:59 remaining in this second quarter. Martinsburg now up 8 at 20-12.
He does it all, apparently. This is a 4-play, 56-yard drive for Martinsburg there. Ends in a 25-yard touchdown from Murphy Clement to Sherrod Musgrove, who is on his way to getting the electrifying play of the game.
Scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. Back out at quarterback is Dallas Allen Hall. He gets the snap. Dropping back to pass underneath. It's caught by Sims. Sims breaks off the Clement tackle, comes to the near side, out across to Martinsburg's 45. Goes out of bounds thanks to Malachi Williams, and he'll be stopped by about 2 yards shy of the first down marker. And now somebody's down on the near sideline, and I believe that's Damian Sims, the wide receiver.
Oh, that's rough.
We've got 2:40 to go in this second quarter. It's 20-12, Martinsburg leading HD Woodson.
Yeah, that's no good. I think he kind of got clipped in the leg as he got brought down.
Looking to see if he's okay as they get him a little bit of fluids, checking on him as the training staff for HD Woodson has come over from the far side of the field over to the Martinsburg sideline where Sims is down. So let's take a break here, make it a 30-second break, only a 30-second break back at the studio, Nick. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10, back in 30.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
We welcome you back here. Still in the second quarter between HD Woodson and Martinsburg. Martinsburg leads 20-12 with 2:40 to go in the second quarter. So we currently have a injured H.D. Woodson Warrior and Damian Sims at the Martinsburg near sideline. Your second quarter brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com, as well as Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, representing accident and injury claims for over 50 years. Go to SkinnerWins.com. As up and to the applause of both teams' fans is Damian Sims, but he's going to unfortunately have to be carried off the field by one of his coaches, and they are holding that left leg still, and that left leg does not look good. Hopefully he's okay.
No.
Thoughts and prayers right now, though, definitely with Damian Sims. So, second down and 3 at the 44-yard line, 2:40 to go.
Clock rolls, too, as on the left whistle.
Allen Hall, low snap, rolls out to his right, dropping back, looking to pass as a man open at the sticks on the far side, and it's caught as he goes out of bounds, extending for the first down gain, and that is Caden Coakley with the catch, and he has the first down at the 40-yard line, 1st and 10 Warriors.
Allen Hall's been pretty impressive. It was incomplete on his first 3 throws of the game, but has had 4 completions since then. We were told that H.D. Woodson was pretty similar level of competition to the teams they played so far. It doesn't look like it, because they have really just competed back and forth.
1st and 10 at Martinsburg's 40 for H.D. Woodson. This time rolling out to his right, Allen Hall. He chucks it deep over the back shoulder of the intended receiver. It falls incomplete. Bring up 2nd down and 10 as Williams in to keep that away from the intended receiver and William Simmons.
I'm no offensive coordinator, but why are you building a pass play around having your quarterback use a rolling pocket to his opposite side? You're using a right-handed quarterback and you're having him roll out to his left side, making him throw on the run across his body. That's a tough play for an NFL quarterback to make.
2:21 to go in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12. Ball at the 40-yard line of Martinsburg for H.D. Woodson, who also gets the ball to start off the second half. The snap back to the quarterback, Dallas Allen Hall. He has to scramble over to the near side, and he just flips that one away. Not even at the line of scrimmage. Falls incomplete. That brings up a 3rd and 10. No receiver was nearby. Now the officials going to talk amongst one another. Martinsburg wants an intentional grounding, and they're going to get it. So that's going to back up the H.D. Woodson offense. 3rd down and long now, as H.D. Woodson coaching staff believes that ball went past the line of scrimmage. It was definitely very close.
There was no receiver with anywhere close to where the ball was thrown.
So that backs it up. A 10-yard penalty, loss of down, makes it a 3rd down and 20 as they spot the ball at the 50-yard line.
Adding on to the penalty, I'm going to run out of room on my stat sheet here for penalty yardage.
2 minutes, 16 seconds to go in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Allen Hall. Screen pass to the near side. It's caught behind the 50, and Clement wraps up the receiver and brings him down as that's Trevor Farr in to make the catch, but he only gets a yard, and that brings up 4th down at the 49-yard line of Martinsburg with 2:16 to go in the 4th quarter. The clock should be running, and now it is.
Yeah.
Eventually, it should not have stopped. Officials make sure that it starts running.
That injury, that play where Sims got injured, a bad tackling from Murphy Clement was the reason that play was getting 7 yards. So that's good redemption there for Murphy. Made a great tackle.
Snap back to the punter. It is a short kick. It's going to bounce at Martinsburg's 30, roll now to the 25, and it's going to stop at the 23 of Martinsburg on the far side. Clock stops with 1:41 to go before halftime. Again, Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson's 12. It's your score. The Bulldogs coming back out for a 2-minute drill. With 1 timeout remaining, H.D. Woodson does not have any left. H.D. Woodson gets the ball to start the second half, so Martinsburg now trying to add on to its 8-point lead here, and they have, looks like, 77 yards to go.
See what they can do. 2-minute offense. Got 1 timeout to work with.
1st and 10 at the 23. Snap to Clemente, rolls out to his right. It's caught underneath by Musgrove. Musgrove jukes past one guy out across the 35, but stays in bounds, so the clock will only stop to move the chains, I believe, at 1:35. As the ball is spotted and the clock starts rolling now. 1st and 10, Martinsburg, with 1:30 to go in this second quarter. Ball at Martinsburg's 37-yard line. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 to the near side for Clemente. He's got Fegan lined up to his left. Kaufman gets the snap to Clement. Clement gives it to Buzz Dover, and Dover makes the catch, breaks off a tackle, spins off another, and then is drilled at the 49-yard line of H.D. Woodson for another Bulldog first down with 1:13 to go in this second quarter. Clock stops. Clock starts to roll now.
About a 10-yard curl there to Dover. They're getting the ball down the field slowly but surely.
Minute to go in this second quarter. Snap back to Clemente, drops back, looking to pass, steps up in the pocket, feels pressure, has a man open, but he underthrows him as nobody was near Cash Gideon at that 35-yard line on the near side.
And his initial reads on that play were to the left side of the field, has 3 receivers over there, and he had too much pressure in his face to have enough time to look over at Gideon on the right side of the field, who was absolutely wide open, would have walked in for a touchdown, or you could have at least jogged in from 30 yards away.
2nd and 10 at H.D. Woodson's 49 for Martinsburg. 57 seconds remain in this second quarter. 20-12 is your score. Martinsburg leads H.D. Woodson. Pump fake from a Clement. It's an underneath screen and in and out of the hands of Cash Gideon. He had the blockers in front of him in the middle of the field, wide open.
That would have been a huge gain of yards. He just didn't look the ball into his hands. You got to catch the ball before you can run with it.
3rd and 10 now, clock at 53 seconds.
They tried to go with a tunnel screen there, where instead of throwing the screen to the outside, the wide receiver cuts in towards the middle of the field.
2 receivers to each side for Clement. Scott Fegan to his right. Snap from Kaufman. Clement going to keep it himself, run up the middle. Jukes past one tackle out across the 45, just shy of the 40. They say he stopped at the 42, so that's not enough for a first down. Brings up a 4th down and 3 with 45 seconds to go in this second quarter. Martinsburg's going to use its final timeout.
I don't mind that kind of play call there. You don't really see it coming if you're the defense. Make it, 3rd and 10, this situation, 2-minute drill that they're going to run the ball. But it allows you got 1 timeout left. It sets you up for a 4th at about 3 yards. Murphy can break off a big run anytime he tucks it and runs. So you set yourself up now. You get yourself the first down on this 4th down. You only have about 35 yards to go. You'll get a little bit of a stoppage for the chains to move as you go down the field. And you'll get yourself at least into range to take a shot at the end zone if you can't get all the way there before the last play of the half.
45 seconds remain in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg ball. Both teams have no timeouts left. Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12 is your score. It is 4th down for Martinsburg, who's going to go for it at H.D. Woodson's 42-yard line. They have to get to the 39, so it's a 4th down and 3, even though the scoreboard says 3rd and 3. It's actually 4th down. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 to the near sideline of Martinsburg. Clement sends Gideon in motion from left to right, and right as the ball snaps, a false start called again on Martinsburg.
I think it's that's their 6th false start.
Either 5th or 6th of the half, yeah. That backs them up 5 yards. Makes it a 4th and 8 now, and decision time for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, so watching that play, I don't really know if they were going to actually snap that ball, if they were trying to get H.D. Woodson to jump off sides. But now you're really in an interesting spot. I guess if you were going to go for it at this part of the field before, no reason not to now.
They got to hurry up. There's 5 seconds on the play clock. 3, 2, 1. They get the snap off. It's a high snap. Clement drops back to pass, looking deep, trying to get his man to go deeper. He has a guy underneath, but overthrows him. A flag thrown at the end of that play as well. And I think that's just going to be some illegal guys downfield, most likely, Dylan, as the linemen were kind of up there. But we'll see. So that's a turnover on downs. Gives the ball back to H.D. Woodson with 37 seconds to go in this second quarter. The Warriors get the ball back at their 47-yard line.
The fourth down throw there was just off target from Murphy as he was rolling out to his left again across his body. It's a tough throw for any quarterback to make. He could have maybe tucked it and run for those 8 yards. Maybe. I mean, it's the right decision by a quarterback to try to pass for it first. Usually.
It appears that H.D. Woodson's going to decide just to take the knee and head into the locker rooms here for the half as they get the ball to start the second half. So they take the knee and will jog over to the far sideline. Martinsburg comes over to the nearest sideline as the clock will roll down and wind out. It is Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12. That will be your halftime score here as we just wait for the final 10 seconds to go off the clock. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The horn sounds, and that is the end of half number 1 between Martinsburg and H.D. Woodson as we look down to the sideline waiting for Matt Miller to get a hold of head coach Dave Walker, and it looks like he has him. So whenever you're ready, Matt, take it away.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Coach, you're in a ball game. You got to at least like that part.
Yeah, we are, but I mean, we shouldn't be in a ball game. We're just playing really bad right now. Just too many mistakes, no enthusiasm. I'm not sure what's going on with them, but if they don't play better in the second half, they're going to take one on the chin.
How important was it when they got within 13-12 that you guys were able to respond with a drive and score?
I mean, that was huge for us, but we can't wait for them to score before we're going to do anything. So we got to come out in the second half and play a lot better.
Big message at the half here, just intensity?
Overcome adversity. I mean, get comfortable being uncomfortable. It's things we preach all the time, and they're in a ball game. This is what it's going to be like. So, just relax, don't panic, come out and play.
Good learning experience.
That's right.
Go get him, Coach. Thank you. Guys, back to you.
Thank you to Coach Walker as well as Matt Miller down on the sideline for that. We'll step aside, take a 2-minute break, and then be back for our Mansion Ferretti halftime show. Your score at the half, Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12. You're tuned into West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV10, back in 2 minutes.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
WVU Medicine is pleased to introduce 8 new providers who've joined University Health Associates East and our medical staffs at Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center. Physician's Assistant Casey Wiebel, Emergency Medicine, Dr. Mark Seymour, Anesthesia, Dr. Farman Ali, Neurology, Dr. Christopher Redmond, Rheumatology, Dr. Sierra Hart, Emergency Medicine, Physician's Assistant Carly Kremer, Cardiology, Nurse Practitioner Jennifer Gorgal, General Surgery, and Nurse Practitioner Corey Lapai, OBGYN. Welcome to WVU Medicine.
This is Eric at Hancock Chevrolet. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hancock Chevrolet, it is that easy. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hancock Chevrolet will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time in a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Cumberland to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hancock Chevrolet absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HancockChevy.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want, and your new ride will be delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
We welcome you back here at the half as your halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Freddie Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com as it is 20-12. Martinsburg on top here at the half on HD Woodson, as this one definitely a lot closer than we anticipated at first, Dylan. But a great game, and you kind of said it during the pregame show. Martinsburg hasn't faced any adversity. Well, here you go.
Yeah, we didn't really expect them to after what they did to Stonebridge. And I'm not sure what percentage of it is HD Woodson being better than we thought thought they were, and what percentage of it is Martinsburg just kind of underestimating and not playing up to their full potential and kind of, slacking off a little bit. But I think a lot of it is that Woodson's better than we thought they were. It's offensive.
You got to give them credit. Absolutely.
At the offensive and defensive line, their skill position players are. This is a good football team. No, just straight and simple. I don't think that. I mean, it's a lot of penalties by both teams, really. You could say Martinsburg's had a lot of penalties holding them back. HD Woodson's had just as many penalties themselves. Got to do some math to even count up what they've done so far. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 penalties themselves for 40, 45, 47, 52, 67, 74. 74 penalty yards from HD Woodson. And that's what I said for Martinsburg last week when they had 75 at the half, that they were playing really, really undisciplined. And even with that, they're only down by 8 points. And Martinsburg on the other side, about 5 false starts just from the offensive line. So not as many penalty yards. Their penalties haven't been as costly in that department for how many yards they're costing them. But they are holding them back. They have 50 penalty yards on, if I'm doing this right, 8 penalties for 50 yards. So they need to get things together in the second half. This is still, even though this is a good team, I think, for Woodson, Martinsburg's better than this. They're better than only leading by 8 points at the half against a team like this. They just need to get things together. They do need to protect Murphy Clement better. I think that the defensive line for the Warriors has been doing pretty good work back there, and it's been difficult for Murphy to get everything that he wants to get in the passing department. But overall, I think it's still a pretty good half. You're still winning, and I think if you clean some stuff up, you can keep that lead and maybe pull away.
Let's get the rest of our first half stats brought to you by the Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results. If you're looking for a home in the tri-state area, they have you covered. Dylan, can you give us the rest of your first half stats that you have for us?
Yeah, so we'll start with HD Woodson. 5 for 9 for 58 yards goes Dallas Allen Hall, passing the ball in the first half. And then his replacement as well, when he's out for a play, Rashard Starks, was 1 for 1 with a 23-yard touchdown pass to Damon Rush Jr. Simmons came in, the backup running back for HD Woodson. William Simmons, 3 carries for 50 yards and a touchdown. Meanwhile, Alston, the starter, only has 7 carries for 10 yards. When Alston was in the game, it seemed like, this typical Martinsburg defensive line not giving up anything. When Simmons, on those 3 carries, the 41-yarder he busted out, and then the 8-yard touchdown was really impressive on his part. On the Martinsburg side, Murphy Clement, still 7 for 12, 121 yards and a touchdown through the air, 7 carries for 39 yards and a touchdown on the ground. He's had himself a good half outside of a missed tackle that he had on the defense. Coy Fagan, 9 carries for 53 yards and a touchdown. Buzzed over, 3 catches for 33 yards. Sherrod Musgrove, 2 catches for 39 yards, including that insane 25-yard touchdown where he made 3 guys miss in the span of half a second. So those are the stats. It's been a good football game.
Again, your first half stats brought to you by the Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results. Your halftime score, Martinsburg 20, HD Woodson 12. We'll step aside, take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, you'll hear from Nick Verzolini back at the studio with the halftime scoreboard show as we got 13 minutes remaining here at the half. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
We welcome you into the halftime scoreboard update. I'm Nick Verzolini here at the half. The game you are currently tuned into, Martinsburg leading HD Woodson 20-12 at the half. Hedgesville finds itself down 28-8 to Herbert Hoover. We knew Hedgesville was dealing with several injuries. Not certain who was able to go for the Eagles tonight, but they find themselves down 28-8. One of the better programs in AA, Herbert Hoover, so a tough one right now for the Eagles. We'll see what they can do in the second half. Upset brewing in the EPAC. The young Spring Mills Cardinals have now extended that lead that you see on your screen. It's now 20-3. Spring Mills over Musselman in the third quarter. So the Cardinals appear to have arrived. We'll see if that score holds up or if Musselman can come back and potentially find a way to win that game. No score reported between Washington and John Marshall tonight. Jefferson on bye, so the Cougars have the night off, but they might be pretty happy about some of these scores across the state as we move over to those scores, and one in particular, we'll get to it here in a second, but a lot of good games here this week. Parkersburg South, Parkersburg going at it. Park South leading 21-13 at the half. Huntington leads GW 21-7, and this is the score I was talking about. Spring Valley, they're winless on the year, but we know they wouldn't remain winless too long, and they are beating up on Hurricane. 28-3 in the second quarter was the score. Fairmont Senior and Bridgeport going at it, tied at 14, and Wheeling Park leads University 7-0. Let's take a look at some other scores from across the state. Go down here on our scoreboard, and Princeton and Pulaski, Virginia, good game there, 26-21, Princeton trailing. Cabell, Midland all over South Charleston, no surprise, 69-0, the score in the third quarter. St. Albans leads Capital in a battle of winless teams, 6-0. Greenbrier East and Allegheny out of Virginia going at it tonight. No score reported. AA Bluefield takes down Greenbrier East last night, 34-19. Ripley taking on Marietta, Ohio tonight. No score reported. And Robert C. Byrd taking on Preston. No score reported there either. Oak Hill leads Lincoln County 28-0 at the half. Berkeley Springs taking on Kaiser tonight. No score reported between those two teams. And that's your halftime scoreboard update. Hampshire, also in action, by the way, taking on Grafton. No score reported between them either. Again, your score here at the half. Martinsburg 20, HD Woodson 12. We'll take a 2-minute break, and on the other side of that break, we'll hear from Colin McLaughlin and Dylan Bishop with the second half of Martinsburg Bulldogs football. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 2 minutes.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We welcome you back here at the half with 5 minutes remaining on the clock for halftime. It is 20-12, Martinsburg leading HD Woodson as the Martinsburg Bulldog marching band out on the field along with the Velocity dance team. Let's see if we can pick up any of the band right now with our crowd mic for you. That was your Martinsburg Bulldog marching band along with the Velocity dance team. Great job here at the half. I'm Colin McLaughlin for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our on-site producers, John Alderton. Cameramen are Daryl Miller and Matt Miller back at the studio. Who you just heard from with our halftime scoreboard show is Nick Verzolini, and a lot of interesting scores around the state. Top of the list. Wasn't sure if Spring Mills and Musselman, how that one was going to go, and right now it's Spring Mills looking like the better team, Dylan.
I expected a pretty competitive game between Musselman and Spring Mills. But I figured, especially at home, the Musselman would pull that one out, and obviously there's still a good bit of a half left in that one. But Spring Mills coming out and winning that one by a pretty handy margin would be a shock. I thought Spring Mills had a good squad this year to be towards that top of the EPAC, be maybe the third or fourth best team, but beating Musselman, who's looked like the second or third best, after being competitive with Jefferson, good season for the Cardinals when they were kind of thrown into a loop with an interim head coach for the year.
As H.D. Woodson has come back onto the field to start its stretches with 2:20 left, still waiting for Martinsburg to come out of the locker room to do so as well, but expect to see some second half adjustments. And Dylan, with that, do you have any adjustments to your keys to the game for either team here for the second half?
Well, both teams need to clean up the penalties. They've just been really off the mark. I think the offensive line for Martinsburg needs to just do a better job overall. They're protecting Murphy Clement, opening the holes up in the run game. Coy Fagan was able to get himself a 23-yard rush on his last one of the half, but aside from that, it hasn't been a whole lot of great stuff from there. Murphy's had a few holes open up for him, but I think the offensive line overall needs to protect Murphy better in the pass game.
So still waiting for Martinsburg to come out of the locker room. They're most likely going to add 3 minutes back on the clock to allow them to get some stretches in. So we're going to step aside, take another 2-minute break, and on the other side of that 2-minute break, we should have our second half kickoff between Martinsburg and H.D. Woodson. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 2 minutes.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore, D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Welcome back here as we approach the start of the third quarter between Martinsburg and H.D. Woodson. Your score, Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12, as the two captains will go out to meet at midfield to get one last handshake and talk for the start of the second half. It will be H.D. Woodson to receive, Martinsburg to kick to start the second half, as your second half kickoff will be brought to you by Ollie's VIP Northside, the best local spot to catch sports or hang out with friends. Stop by 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. Ollie's VIP will see you for the game. As hello from us here in the Matt Miller broadcast booth to those tuned in at Ollie's VIP Northside right now. Hope you're enjoying the game and hope everybody tuned in from wherever you may be. are enjoying the game.
Yeah, there's plenty of good spots to watch the game, including Ollie's.
Kickoff team will head out onto the field for Martinsburg, and the kickoff return team will go out for H.D. Woodson. On to kickoff will be Cody Page for the Bulldogs, and so far tonight he's not used a kicking tee for the kickoffs, as he's just put the ball on the turf and went with that kicking a watermelon style type deal to have a squib kick or onside kick.
Yeah, it seems like the strategy's kind of been to kick it right at somebody on this front line for the Warriors and see if they just can't catch the ball. But the one time he did that at Will Lewis, it worked out. It worked out well.
So Page will go over to the far side hash mark and put the
Look at that, Collins using
kicking
the tee.
tee down this time. So he will use the tee for the kickoff. Still looks like H.D. Woodson might expect a short kick. They're sending the guys back a little bit. They're currently at the 20, so we'll see what Page does. And he sends it deep, and it's fair caught by H.D. Woodson behind the 30 at the 28-yard line. Making the fair catch was Alston. That's where the Warriors will have a 1st and 10 at their own 29-yard line to start off the third quarter.
I expect some adjustments from Martinsburg on both sides of the ball to kind of improve what they've been doing. But at the same time, H.D. Woodson did not really. One of my keys to the game for them was to get creative, really dig into the playbook for some creative stuff. They haven't really done that. They've run some pretty straightforward offense so far. See if they change that up in the second half.
Dallas Allen Hall in at quarterback. You have a receiver to the near side to the far side. He hands it off to his running back, Alston. Alston tumbles forward, pushes head for a gain of 2 on the play to bring up 2nd and 8 as he gets forward progress to the 32-yard line. 11:40 to go in this third quarter as we're just underway in the second half. It's Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12. H.D. Woodson will break the huddle with 20 seconds to go on the play clock. 2 receivers to the far side. Now they make it 3. The snap back to Allen Hall. He hands it off for an outside zone to Alston, and Alston gets to 35 but will be pushed out of bounds by Cash Gideon. That's a gain of 2 to bring up 3rd down and 5.
It's a good tackle, but they're still kind of on track for a manageable 3rd down opportunity here. 4 yards. Ideally, you want 3rd down to be 3 or less, but still pretty manageable.
2 receivers on the far side over towards the H.D. Woodson sideline, 1 to the Martinsburg sideline. The snapback, halfback toss to the left. Alston going to be stopped by Gideon for a loss of 4 on the play as he goes back to the 31. Great job by the Bulldogs to read that one, and it brings up a 4th down and 9 now with 11 minutes to go in this third quarter.
Yeah, that was just read the whole way. Gideon, the strong safety, down in the box, kind of ready for the run there, or as a slot corner ready in case they pass the ball. But he read it right. They toss the ball, and he gets right into the backfield.
Stark on to punt for H.D. Woodson. Back to return is Clement and Musgrove as they're lined up at Martinsburg's 35-yard line. 4th down and 9 at the 31. The punt away. Low line drive. Bouncing in front and caught by Musgrove. He'll now run to the near side, break across a few tackles, and Musgrove stumbles as he was trying to juke the punter, but he just slips up across the 40 of H.D. Woodson and goes down. If he was able to get past that, we were about to see another Sirrod Musgrove punt return on the highlight reel.
I think his first credited punt return of the day. That's only his 4th one on the season, and he had 2 touchdowns on the first 3 returns that he had this year. I thought he was going to do it again.
First and 10 at H.D. Woodson's 43-yard line, 10:21 to go in the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 10. The snap back to Clement. He hands it off to Fegan. Fegan goes up the middle, shifts off one tackle, tries to shed another, but he's wrapped up, brought down for a gain of 3, just shy of the 40 at the 39-yard line. It's where they say Fegan will be stopped to bring up a second down and 7 with 10 minutes to go in this third quarter.
See what sort of different directions Martinsburg might take on offense in this half.
You have 2 receivers to each side of the formation for Martinsburg. Clement gets the snap, dropping back the pass. It's a wide receiver screen caught on the near side by Dover. Dover has the middle of the field, gets a block by Reed out across the 25 and spun around at the 20. First down, Martinsburg. 9:39 to go in this third quarter, and Dover with the big play.
Well, while I was talking directions, I kind of thought to myself, in the end, I'm not sure they really need to. That was a play they went to a couple times in the first half, and it worked again, just like it did.
Martinsburg tries to go quickly as whistles blow, and it looks like H.D. Woodson had to call a timeout, so they'll have 2 remaining. 9:25 to go in this third quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12. We'll take the 1-minute break with them. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from 1 location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
One of the questions lawyers get asked the most is, what is my case worth?
I'm Steven Skinner, and this is my brother Andrew with Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers.
The truth is, it's very difficult for a lawyer to pinpoint a number because every case is different.
We get to know each situation and we'll give you an idea of what your case is worth and why.
The sooner we get involved, the better we can do getting you the compensation you deserve.
Google Skinner Lawyers or go to SkinnerWins.com. We'll treat you like family.
We are back. Martinsburg has the ball. 9:25 remaining in the third quarter after H.D. Woodson's timeout. First and 10. Bulldogs at the 20-yard line of the Warriors. 2 receivers to each side for Murphy Clement. He has Coy Fegan in the sidecar to the left. And now another whistle blows. And it's a official timeout. There's some confusion here.
Need to reset the clock.
So they do so. As the play clock starts winding down. We're ready to go. Snap back from Kaufman to Fegan. After Clement, it's another reverse, and it gives to Gideon. Gideon gets to the 15. Cash goes down. It's now 2nd and 5.
The same reverse that they ran in the first half. Around the same point of the first half. About a couple plays in.
2nd and 5. The snap back to Clement. Clement hands it off to Fegan. Fegan sees the outside, tries to stiff arm a defender. Now the defender gets some help. Fegan tries to turn forward, but he's just going to stay at the line of scrimmage going to the far sideline. And that'll bring up a third down. They say his forward progress gained him just a yard at the 14 now is where Martinsburg will have the ball with 8:40 to go in this third quarter. 3rd and 4, Bulldogs.
He was able to bounce it outside, but he couldn't really break any tackles. A good pursuit by the Warriors defense.
Yeah, in making that stop originally was Caden Coakley. He was the one that really slowed down Coy Fegan and then got some help from the rest of the Warriors. 3rd and 4, 8:20 to go in this third quarter. Martinsburg in the red zone. Trips to the near side, one to the far side. Clement fakes the handoff, runs over to the right sideline. Flag thrown, and I believe that's going to be a holding on the wide receiver over on that far side, buzzed over as Clement got past the sticks and had the first down, but it doesn't matter. Holding.
Yeah, it's coming back
on the offense.
Oh, that's tough. The one thing is, I'm not sure. Does he get that first down if Dover doesn't, hold? Yeah, if he's holding so he can hold on to that block and actually make it and let Clement go by. Is he able to do that if he doesn't hold on, and is it a stop? But even then, it's not a 10-yard penalty if you just let a blocker go by you. You get beat, ends up being maybe a 1 or 2 yard gain, and it's 4th and 2 instead of 3rd and 13.
So now it's instead 3rd down and, as you said, 13 at the 22-yard line for Martinsburg. 8:10 to go in this third quarter. 2 receivers each side. Snap back to Clement. He drops back, looking to pass. Looks underneath, and he's drilled as the intended receiver was Coy Fegan. But laying the boom on him was Keyshawn Mack to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, that's tough play there. It was almost trouble. They had 2 receivers over there. Could have been an interception if one guy was on the defense paying closer attention. It floated up there.
8:04 on the clock here in the third quarter. Martinsburg with a 4th and 12 at the 22 will go for it. Snap to Clement. He drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, feels the pressure, and he's going to be brought down. And that's a turnover on downs as Clement only got to the 20-yard line of H.D. Woodson. So the Warriors will get the ball with 7:58 to go in this third quarter, as we have an injury for H.D. Woodson as well after that play. It looks like the guy that brought down Clement might have hurt himself potentially. Hopefully he's okay. So he'll be checked out. Again, 7:58 to go in the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12. Let's now get our third quarter sponsors, as we are presented by the Marius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors. John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg, or call 304-263-4343, as well as the Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results. If you're looking for a home in the tri-state area, they have you covered. Looks like the H.D. Woodson player's still down, so let's take a 30-second break as they just roll them over. So again, a 30-second break back at the studio. Nick, it is Martinsburg 20, H.D. Woodson 12. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10. Back in 30.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. A hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
We welcome you back here as the H.D. Woodson player that was down on the field injured has been helped up to his feet. Still has not seen what number it is. When we do so, we'll identify him for those that are wondering, as he's able to walk off the field. Looks to be somewhat okay. Hopefully he will make a full recovery.
I think it's your Corey Baker, number 99.
So hopefully Baker's okay, but they were able to have Martinsburg on a turnover on down, so H.D. Woodson has the ball at its 20-yard line with a 1st and 10. With 7:58 to go here in this third quarter, down by 8 to Martinsburg at 20-12. The Martinsburg faithful trying to get behind the Bulldogs with the defense chance. H.D. Woodson's offense down has 3 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side. The snap back to Allen Hall. He hands it off to his running back, who tries to slip off some tackles, and we might have a fumble. Do we?
Uh-oh.
We do.
Yep.
Who recovered it as Austin lost the ball, and it's Ace Flores in on the recovery for Martinsburg, and the Bulldogs get the ball right back with 7:49 to go in the third quarter. 1st and 10, Martinsburg at H.D. Woodson's 21, as Ace Flores in on the recovery, as he's in for the suspended Tyon Jacobs.
And that's tough. Those turnovers have really been the difference so far. The one, at least before this, was it allowed Martinsburg to get one of their couple scores in this game with a really short field, and now they have a chance to get a 2-possession lead.
Let's see if Martinsburg can capitalize. 3 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far. Clement, low snap to him. He keeps it himself, tries to go up the middle, and eventually is stopped as he tried to break through. 2 arms holding him back. A gain of 3 on the play brings up 2nd down and 7 at the 18-yard line of H.D. Woodson. 7:30 to go in the third quarter. Martinsburg ball up by 8 after the turnover. You have Nick Buskey now in at running back to the left side of Clement. 3 receivers to near, 1 to the far side of the field. Clement gets the snap, hands it off to Buskey. Buskey tries to bust up the middle, but is spun around and will only gain, looks like, 1 yard to bring up 3rd down now and 6.
The run game is it's having more trouble than it has against a lot of teams. Over the last couple years, even you could say, going back. If you switched this up and you told me this was Stonebridge out here, and the Stonebridge team that we saw was H.D. Woodson, I'd believe you.
This is a good team. There's a wide receiver screen caught on the near side by Buzz Dover. He has a block in front of him, trying, though, to create some space for himself. Does he have the first down? No, on the near sideline. They say he only gained about 4 yards, needed 5, so that brings up a 4th down and 1. Martinsburg has another decision to make. You got to give credit to H.D. Woodson. We said in the 2 games they've only given up 8 points all season, and you clearly see why.
We were wondering, was it just the level of competition they were playing, or is it a legit defense?
Right now the answer is no.
Right.
4th and 1. And a flag thrown. And this time, It is not a false start on Martinsburg. It's an encroachment on H.D. Woodson, so that'll be a 1st down for the Bulldogs.
And it just looked like I didn't see any movement. I think a player was just lined up off sides on the defensive line.
So 6 minutes, clock winding down in this 3rd quarter. 1st and 10 now for the Bulldogs. Make it 1st and goal, actually, at the 8. 2 receivers to each side. Clement gets the snap, going to keep it himself. Jukes now spun around as he kind of got tripped up while trying to juke, so he lost his balance, regained it, but only back to the line of scrimmage. Kind of positioned the ball more towards the middle instead of the left hash, so we'll see if that changes anything for the Bulldogs. Is now they changed some personnel. You see Fegan go in, Xerxes Yancey go in, and Will Best, so now they're going heavy package is Martinsburg with a 2nd down and goal at the 9-yard line now as they quickly break the huddle. Clement under center. He hands it off to Fegan. Fegan powers forward into the end zone, and there you go, touchdown, Bulldogs. 5:08 to go in the 3rd. It's now 26-12, Martinsburg over H.D. Woodson.
They said enough screwing around. We're going old school. We're powering this ball in the end zone one way or the other. They line up under center, I formation.
And here they go again for 2. Same formation with a heavy package. And again, they go to Fegan, and he stopped a yard shy. So that keeps it a 14-point game at 26-12 with 5:08 to go in the 3rd quarter. Let's step aside and take a 1-minute break as your Bulldogs are on top of the Warriors of H.D. Woodson. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
WVU Medicine is pleased to introduce 8 new providers who've joined University Health Associates East and our medical staffs at Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center. Physician's Assistant Casey Wiebel, Emergency Medicine, Dr. Mark Seymour, Anesthesia, Dr. Farman Ali, Neurology, Dr. Christopher Redmond, Rheumatology, Dr. Sierra Hart, Emergency Medicine, Physician's Assistant Carly Kremer, Cardiology, Nurse Practitioner Jennifer Gorgal, General Surgery, and Nurse Practitioner Corey Lapai, OBGYN. Welcome to WVU Medicine.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Welcome back. 26-12 now. Martinsburg leading H.D. Woodson with 5:08 to go in the 3rd quarter. Page on the kickoff. It's a short end-over-end kick in the middle of the field. Sliding to make the catch is H.D. Woodson's number 12, Caden Coakley. And they say it will be a 1st and 10 for H.D. Woodson at their 38-yard line. Go ahead, Dylan.
8-play, 31-yard drive for Martinsburg after the fumble. 2nd touchdown off of a turnover ends up with a 9-yard touchdown run by Coy Fagan.
Scoring drive summaries are brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 1st and 10 at the 38 of H.D. Woodson. Dallas Allen Hall out at quarterback. The running back, Allen Alston, lined up to his right. You have one receiver to the Martinsburg sideline, 3 on the far side of the field towards H.D. Woodson's sideline. Allen Hall sends a man in motion from left to right, gets the snap, rolls out to his right. He's going to keep it himself out across the 40, and he's going to go out of bounds, and he gets pushed by Xerxes Yancey, and that's going to draw an obvious flag as he was clearly out of bounds before Yancey got there.
The guy's running out of bounds. You don't need to push him. He's going out. Why? Like, I understand it was close. He was still kind of close to not. I mean, he's going out of bounds. Maybe he gets 1 extra yard by you not reaching out your hand and touching him. You don't need to do that.
And that puts the ball now in Martinsburg territory at the 41-yard line of the Bulldogs with exactly 5 minutes left on the clock in the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12. H.D. Woodson with the ball. They break the huddle and now get confused with the formation. Under 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Allen Hall trying to get his receiver set. Gets the snap just in time and now runs up the middle and will just slide down as Flores and Gideon were waiting for him to do so. And that'll be a loss of 1 on the play to bring up 2nd down and 11 now at the 45-yard line.
2nd down 10.
I would be interested in seeing a replay of that late hit though, because it was close. But still, even if it's close like that, you just need to leave him alone. You can't risk getting that penalty.
4:21 in this third quarter. Clock ticking down. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 to the near. Allen Hall gets a pass, dropping back the pass, rolling out to his right, throws to the near sideline, and it's incomplete. As they say, the receiver was out of bounds as Riddick had it, but couldn't keep his feet in, and that brings up 3rd and 11 at the 45. Martinsburg's defense right now trying to hold strong as the Bulldogs are up by 2 touchdowns. H.D. Woodson trying to stay in it. 3rd and 11.
They need this drive, I think.
4:10 stopped on the clock in this third quarter.
Martinsburg has a chance to really take control of this game. They don't get points
Snap
here.
back to Allen Hall. He looks to the left. Wide receiver screens. Caught! But immediately there, making the tackle is Martinsburg. Another loss on the play, as I believe that was Murphy Clement just wrapping up the feet of the receiver, William Simmons. And that brings up 4th and long, and the punt unit for the Warriors comes back out, and that kind of feels like the momentum just longly shifting back over to the Martinsburg side of things. And unfortunately for those for H.D. Woodson, not sure who it is, but for those that are tuned in on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube, you can see a stretcher over at the bench of H.D. Woodson. So whoever that is, thoughts and prayers with them right now. As the punt high into the air and away, it will bounce at the 25 and take it. H.D. Woodson roll inside the 20 and stop at Martinsburg's 16-yard line, is where it will be down with 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. It's Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12 here in the third quarter.
So now Martinsburg really has a chance to take control here, up by 2 scores with the ball. We're winding down towards the end of the third quarter here. I think they've kind of gotten the running game going here and there. It's been tough, but they've been able to, for the most part, churn down the field. Let's see if the Woodson defense steps up.
Clement has 2 running backs, 1 to his left, 1 to his right. Fakes the handoff to the one on the left, gets the one to the right, and it's Buskey busting through almost at the first down marker, gain of 9 as he's stopped at the 25-yard line, so a 9-yard gain brings up 2nd down and 1. Final score from Musselman. Spring Mills wins 26-3 over the Musselman Appleman.
Wow.
Cardinals are here. 2nd down and 1, the handoff to Buskey. Buskey up the middle, has a first down and more out across the 40, and he'll be stopped at the 42-yard line. A gain of 17 for Nick Buskey. Makes it 1st and 10 Martinsburg with 2:38 to go here in this 3rd quarter.
And the offensive line for Martinsburg is stepping up right now, opening up holes for Buskey to run through, who's been averaging 9 yards a carry so far this season coming into this game.
Buskey, a 5'11", 210-pound back. Snap to Clements, fakes the handoff, this time gives it to Fegan instead. Fegan using his feet to get past a few tackles, but only gains 2 on the outside zone to the right. Makes it 2nd and 8, just shy the 45 at the 44-yard line with 2 minutes to go in this 3rd quarter. Clock winding down. It's Martinsburg 26, HD Woodson 12. Bulldogs with the ball, up by 2 scores, trying to extend their lead against the Warriors. Martinsburg letting the clock wind down. You got 10 seconds left on the play clock now. Game clock at 1:38. Snap to Clement. He hands it off to Fegan. Fegan following his blockers on the far side. Flag thrown as he's out across the 50. Now to the 45. Out almost at the 40. He'll be stopped at the 43-yard line, but that's going to be called back as it's an illegal block in the back on Martinsburg at, it looks like, the Bulldogs' 46-yard line as he got to H.D. Woodson's 43.
85 penalty yards on the Bulldogs so far. I mean, you're getting away with it up by 2 scores. Got away with it last week, but what are you going to do when you get to the playoffs? Can you afford to win playoff games with 85 penalty yards through 3 quarters? Maybe you can. Maybe in the lower rounds. Maybe against every team. I don't know. Maybe. But you don't want to find that out.
That's true. 90 seconds left, 1:30 in the 3rd quarter. It's 26-12, Martinsburg. Snap back to Clementi, drops back, looking to pass to the near side, now steps up in the pocket. It looks like he's going to scramble. He has some blockers. Comes to the near sideline, out across the 45, will be pushed out of bounds just shy of the 50 at the 48, where they say he'll be stopped on the Martinsburg side of the field, the 48-yard line. And he'll be just shy of a first down, make it 3rd down and 4 as he has to get to the other 48.
That's the danger of Clement. He can sit back there and throw the ball accurately, but when nothing's there, he can take off and get you a 12-yard gain.
2 receivers on the far side, one to the near side for Clement. Gets the snap, hands it off to Fegan from his left. Fegan goes to the right, up the middle. Does he have the first down on the far side? It looks like he does, as they say. I believe he got to the 47. He had to get to the 48, so that's a first down Bulldogs with 1:16 left in this 3rd quarter. So they move the chains as the Bulldogs now in H.D. Woodson territory.
Yeah, just enough push from the offensive line on that one. Followed his blockers well.
1st and 10, minute left in this 3rd quarter. Yeah, Fegan at the left, Buskey to the right side with Murphy Clement. Snap to Clement, he drops back the pass, pump fakes, now feels the pressure, has to step up in the pocket, spins around, stays on his feet, and has buzzed over wide open on the near side at the 40, at the 30. Jukes past 1 tackle and is stopped out across the 30 by Rush Jr. Big play there for Martinsburg. First down Bulldogs as E.J. Hendricks kind of limping off here, might have twisted an ankle.
Underrated part of Murphy Clement's game is his balance. It just seems like he can get bounced, he can get pushed around and get into tight spaces, but he stays on his feet almost no matter what.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a sack.
It was an incredible play.
25 seconds, clock winding down in this 3rd quarter, 1st and 10 Martinsburg. Play action pass, stepping up, wheel route, caught on the near side, no. It was in and out of the hands of Coy Fegan, the intended receiver, as he had it, started to bobble it, the defender, and H.D. Woodson's Caden Coakley realizes it, kind of gives him a shove, and that causes the ball to fall incomplete.
I think they tried to go back to that same play on the wheel route that worked earlier in the game for a 38-yard gain, to Coy Fagan. This time they had it covered. It worked the first time because literally just no one had Coy Fagan. Someone lost track of him in coverage.
17 seconds left on the clock here in this third quarter. Snap to Clement. I'll hand it off to Buskey, and Buskey met by Lewis in the backfield. A loss of 4 on the play. He makes it 3rd and long, as that's the defensive end. 6'2", 250-pound senior Will Lewis.
He's been a problem. I think he's been a good part of the reason that Woodson's been able to get some push on the defensive line.
And Martinsburg will allow the quarter to end. Your score at the end of 3, Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12. Let's step aside and take a 1-minute break, and then we'll be back for our 4th quarter of regulation. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, private wealth advisor with the Marius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
We are back for the 4th quarter between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and the H.D. Woodson Warriors. Martinsburg up by 14 at 26-12 here to start the 4th quarter. Martinsburg with the ball. It is 3rd down and 13 at H.D. Woodson's 32-yard line here to start the 4th quarter. You have 2 receivers on the far side, 2 to the near side for Murphy Clement, who now shifts Fagan over to the right side. Clement gets the snap, pump fakes, feels pressure now. Somehow breaks past one, but is sacked by another, and that a major loss on the play as Clement just kept going back and back and back to try to extend the play, but eventually he is stopped by H.D. Woodson's Malik Wade, and that makes it 4th down and very long.
I think you're going to have to punt on this. They're lining up the offense, but I imagine this is another pooch punt.
Yeah, most likely. As
again, like I mentioned earlier, does H.D. Woodson know that the usual punter is not out there?
Well, they're not sending anybody back as they shift over. Fagan gets it, and he's going to punt it. It is high and short, end over end. Bounces at the 20, but takes a big roll, and it's going to be down at the 16 or 15-yard line. Trying to see where exactly he put it. 15 and a half of H.D. Woodson with 11:05 to go in this 4th quarter. The Warriors will start off there. This has been a great game. Not what we fully expected, weren't sure, but got to give credit to H.D. Woodson. They have definitely fought hard here against Martinsburg.
Yeah, I think this is just a better football team than we thought it was. In all honesty, it comes just straight down to it. I think to a certain extent, maybe this is Martinsburg messing around, playing with their food a little bit, and not taking this team as seriously as they should have. I think that's definitely got to be part of it. But because if it's not as good of a team as we thought it was, it's probably the same thing on their end.
1st and 10 at the 16, snap back to Allen All. He hands it off to his running back, Simmons. Simmons comes to the left now, shifting around, stumbling, and eventually falls down as he was trying as hard as he could to make that something out of nothing. And I think he might have hurt himself there trying to do so as well. That was a loss of 3, and Simmons slow to get up with 10:44 to go here in this 4th quarter. So let's step aside, take a 1-minute break here. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10. We're back in a minute.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
We welcome you back here as Simmons up on his feet, walking. Looks like it was more just a cramp than anything else for William Simmons, which is definitely a positive sign to see here for this H.D. Woodson team, because unfortunately there has been too many Warriors going down today. And again, thoughts and prayers with, I'm not sure which player it is, but there was one that was put into the stretcher and into the ambulance in the south end zone. We're back here, 2nd and 13. Snap back to Allen Hall. He hands it off to the running back, Alston. Allen Alston gets the first down and now is drilled over at the far sideline out across the 30, but he was able to gain 16 or 17. It's 1st and 10, H.D. Woodson.
It's a great tackle by Murphy Clement, driving him backwards, but it wasn't before a big gain. Well, we'll see. Down by 2 scores. What is Woodson able to do here? They've been running the ball, so for the most part, more effectively than they've been passing the ball. So they only have so much time on the clock.
1st and 10, another handoff to Alston. Alston now comes to the near side, and he's off. Will be brought down just shy of the 50. Another great run and another first down for Alston, who says, feed me more. That was a gain of 13 for him. Makes it 1st and 10 with 10:03 to go here in this 4th quarter. As the ball at H.D. Woodson's 48-yard line.
He's picking up steam as the game's going on, like Derrick Henry kind of does. So maybe the Martinsburg defense is getting a little tired. Alston still going strong. That was only his 12th carry of the game. Simmons was, giving him a breather here and there.
1st and 10, 9:35 remaining in this 4th quarter. Allen Hall trying to line up his troops, gets the snap, hands it off to Alston. Alston trying to cut to the right side, but Martinsburg's defensive line able to set the edge. It's Yancey, Bass, and Reed, I believe, in to make the stop. That's a loss on the play of 2 yards to bring up 2nd and 12.
Well, that time Martinsburg did what they do best. Get into the backfield and break up the running play for a loss.
9 minutes remain in this 4th quarter. It's Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12. H.D. Woodson with the ball at its 46-yard line now with the 2nd and 12. You have 2 receivers on the far side, one to the near side for Dallas. Allen Hall in at quarterback. He gets a snap, rolls out to his right. Martinsburg sending the pressure. He fires a pass to the far sideline, and they say it's caught by the diving receiver, Rush Jr. on the out route. He's able to pick up a gain of 5 to bring up a 3rd and 7.
It was a little low, but for the most part, a good pass there. I think if he keeps it a little high, he can get some extra yards after the catch. That's kind of been a trend so far with Dallas Allen Hall, rolling out and throwing the ball a little too low, not letting his receivers keep going.
So 3rd and 7 at Martinsburg's 49-yard line, 8:15 to go in this 4th quarter. H.D. Woodson has 3 receivers on the near side, one to the far side. Martinsburg's fans trying to get behind the defense. Allen Hall drops back the pass on the comeback route at the sticks on the far side. Pass thrown, and it's caught. They say the receiver kept his feet in, and I believe that was Emmanuel Riddick in to make the catch right at the sticks. First down, H.D. Woodson with 7:58 to go here in this 2nd quarter. Or did they just change it? I saw the first down motion, but now they're saying it's 4th and 1. You saw them point forward, did you not, Dylan?
Riddick caught the ball on a yard ahead of the sticks, and they're marking him ahead, a yard behind.
Well, that helps Martinsburg. 4th and 1 now. Martinsburg jumps. No flag thrown, though.
Got back.
Snap. High snap. They get it to Alston, and Alston able to push forward and get the first down for H.D. Woodson at the 40-yard line of Martinsburg. So a 3-yard gain makes it 1st and 10 H.D. Woodson with 7:44 to go in this fourth quarter. It's Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12.
It was a really impressive sideline catch on that third down by Riddick. Just right by the sideline. 6'4", 190 pounds is Riddick. He a big-bodied guy, only his second catch. His first one was a 30-yarder, though.
Dallas Allen Hall gets the play call from Greg Fuller and the coaching staff on the far side, and the play clock was winding down, so H.D. Woodson's going to have to burn another timeout. They are down to 1 remaining now here in the fourth quarter with 7:22 left on the clock. It's Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12. Let's step aside and take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio WRNR TV 10.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
We welcome you back here as we are ready to go. It's 1st and 10 H.D. Woodson at Martinsburg's 40-yard line in the fourth quarter, down by 14. It's Martinsburg leading 26-12. But H.D. Woodson trying to start its comeback here and now. Snap back to Dallas Allen Hall, who drops back, looking to pass, has to roll out to his right as Flores chasing him, and he's going to have to just throw that ball to the feet of Emmanuel Riddick. Incomplete to bring up 2nd and 10. Ace Flores having a solid game coming in for Tyon Jacobs today.
Oh, yeah, he's been all over the field. I think Allen Hall might have had something on the left side to throw to there, but that pressure pushed him, flushed him out of the pocket to the right. He never had a chance to even really look to that side. So great pressure by the Martinsburg defense.
You got 2nd down now and 10 at the 40. As H.D. Woodson will break its huddle. 7 minutes, 19 seconds remaining in regulation. Allen Hall has the running back Alston to his left. 2 receivers to the Martinsburg sideline, 1 on the far side. Allen Hall rolls out to his left, chucks it deep for the receiver. Jump ball, he's got it. Wow, what a catch by number 13, Trayvon Farr. But hold everything, it doesn't matter, it looks like, as we got a holding called by one of the linemen of H.D. Woodson at the 40, and that's going to back up the Warriors. And a lucky break there for Martinsburg, for sure. What a play, though, by Farr. What a catch.
That's going to be their 11th penalty of the day. I said it earlier when they ran a similar play, might have even been the same play, that why are you making your quarterback roll out to the left? And I understand that it's to the field side, not the boundary side, and I think that's why you're running that play to that side, so that there's more space to roll out. But it's a tough play to make, and Dallas Allen Hall made it. That was an incredible throw, a great catch, but holding penalty. You know, maybe that play doesn't happen because of pressure without the hold. So
instead of 1st and goal at the 3, it's now 2nd and 20 at the 50 for H.D. Woodson. Snap back to Allen Hall. He drops back, rolls out to his right, stiff arms a diving read, throws it to far sideline and pushed out of bounds is the receiver. I believe that was far again as he made the catch. My apologies. That was Yancey actually in on the pursuit as Reed lost his helmet here. It's the 45-yard line in the middle of that field, and he'll have to go off for a play, and Will Bass will check in for him.
That's tough. Will Bass is a more than reliable fill-in.
So that was a 14-yard reception, makes it 3rd down and 6 at the 36-yard line. Martinsburg fans getting loud here on this big 3rd down for H.D. Woodson. 2 receivers near side, one to the far. Allen Hall drops back, rolls out to his left, and that way underthrown as Ace Flores kind of making him force that one out just a little bit. And it falls just short of the intended receiver, Coakley. And that'll bring up 4th and 6 now.
Flores has been great. Comes on the blitz that time. And Allen Hall had no shot at having a clean look at that one.
6 minutes, 59 seconds on the clock here in this 4th quarter. It's Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12. H.D. Woodson with a 4th and 6 on Martinsburg's 36-yard line. You got Dallas Allen Hall in at quarterback with Allen Alston to his left. 3 receivers near side, one to the far. Snap back, he drops back as Allen Hall looking to pass on the far side, and a flag thrown as it was one-on-one coverage, and that flag going to be a pass interference call against Martinsburg as Riddick got tied up with the Buzz Dover, I believe that was. Or no, I think that might have been Musgrove, my apologies. Musgrove gets called with a PI.
That ball was kind of overthrown. I don't know if it was entirely catchable, but I think there was enough contact there that...
And we're going to have an issue eventually because the clock, for some reason, is winding down right now as we speak. Not sure where it should have been stopped, but it is now at 6:10, winding down with the flag. And it's still going. Nobody's noticed it yet, not even the clock operator. It helps Martinsburg, obviously.
It does. So, yeah, no one on Martinsburg is going to say anything about it.
Doesn't help H.D. Woodson at all, as it's still going down here during this flag. It's now at 5:50. How nobody has caught this, I don't know. Whose job is it as an official? I'm sorry, H.D. Woodson, and I'm sorry, Martinsburg fans that might be happy, but a minute was just wasted off that clock during a penalty, and nobody said anything.
That's unacceptable.
And that was a run now, stopped for a loss on the play to bring up 2nd down and 11.
Yeah, it's not just unacceptable for, clock operation perspective. There's how many officials down there on the field? At least 5. No one's noticing this?
Nobody noticed it. A full minute went off that clock during a penalty.
That is wild.
In a 2-touchdown game where H.D. Woodson's trying to come back at the 21-yard line. Snap low, bobbled it, picking it up is Allen, and it's now picked off.
Nope, dropped it.
That would have been awesome by Cash Gideon as he read the route, but at the last second it just bobbles through his hands, off his legs, and incomplete. Clock now at 4:56, and it's a 3rd and 10.
He might still be running, too, if he catches that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dylan. That probably would have been a pick 6, and Martinsburg would have put the nail in the coffin. And instead, it is 3rd down and 11 for H.D. Woodson. 26-12, Martinsburg leads. Allen Hall has Alston to his right, trips to the near side, one to the far side. Allen Hall gets the snap, dropping back, looking to pass. Feels the pressure of Ace Flores, so he has to roll out to his right. Still has time, tries to find a receiver, and it's picked off by Martinsburg's Cash Gideon. And there you go. 2nd time's a charm for Cash. He goes down at the 26-yard line. Martinsburg will have a 1st and 10 with 4:45 to go in the 4th quarter.
And I think can cash out a win with this one. That should wrap it up.
Your fourth quarter brought to you by W. Harley Miller System, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com, as well as Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg or online at Orsinis.com. 1st and 10, Martinsburg at its 26-yard line, up by 14 with 4:45 to go here in the fourth. Clement is set and ready to go. Gets the snap from Kaufman, and he's going to hand it off to Nick Buskey, and Buskey going to just get back to the line of scrimmage before being pushed back by a few H.D. Woodson linemen. That brings up 2nd and 10.
No, just the offensive line, as tired as they might be late in this game, needs to really run these guys on the defensive line out of their lanes, open up these last couple holes. You need a couple first downs and run this clock down. H.D. Woodson's only got 1 timeout. Got to run down this clock.
4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Clock winding down. Martinsburg using all of the play clock as it's at 5 now. Snap to Clement. He's going to keep it himself. Follow Buskey. Has the block from Buskey. Pushes forward. Out across the 35. Right at that 36-yard line is where he needed to get. And we'll see if they move the chains, and they do. First down, Martinsburg, with 3:40 to go here in the fourth.
Big time. Big time play by a big time player. You need to lock this game up. You put the ball in the hands of your best playmaker, and that's Murphy Clement.
H.D. Woodson only has 1 timeout left, and right now they're saving it. It's 26-12. Martinsburg leads H.D. Woodson. You have 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Clement. Buskey lined up to the right. Snap to Clement. He hands it off to Buskey. Buskey follows Wes Hancock, and he's going to be dragged down. To me, it looked like that might have been a face mask, but he's not pleading for it, so it must have been just the jersey underneath the face mask. So that's a gain of 3 as he stopped at the 39-yard line or 38-yard line. Brings up a 2nd down and 7. Under 3 minutes to go. Clock now at 2:50 and winding down.
There's not too many more opportunities.
Play clock at 15 seconds. Martinsburg using all of it as they have the lead and the ball. That sends Gideon in motion to the left. Gets the snap. Pump fakes. Looking downfield now. Chucks it deep. Has Musgrove wide open. And it's caught at the 25. Past the 20. And he's going to be tackled at the 15. Big play for the Bulldogs. Makes it first down, as they say. His knee was down at H.D. Woodson's 17-yard line with 2:27 to go. But that should be that, as Martinsburg can just run this one out for the most part now.
Beautiful throw. And the speed of Sherrod Musgrove takes the top off the defense. He's done a great job this year of filling the Jameer Hunter role. Not the exact type of thing that they've been doing. They don't do the exact same things. Use Hunter on the outside a lot more than they've used Musgrove. But he has that same ability, that playmaking, that top-end speed to just blaze a trail down or into the secondary. And he's been great.
And now after the play, when the ball was spotted and the chains were set, we just got a dead ball penalty on Martinsburg. And it was an unsportsmanlike penalty. Not sure why. Coach Walker confused as well. You got 2 minutes, 13 seconds left to go here in the fourth quarter. It's Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12. No idea who that was called on. So the ball put back on H.D. Woodson's 32-yard line now. So instead of the 17, it's now at the 32 for the 15-yard penalty. And Coach Walker trying to get the far sideline official to come over and tell him who that was on. So he's not happy with that one at all, because that was way late. I mean, the play was over. All they were doing was spotting the ball, moving the chains. Everybody was standing there. And now you get a unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
I don't really know what the penalty was on. A player on the field said something?
Maybe. I have no idea. 2 minutes to go. Clock winding down. 15 seconds on the play clock. It is first down and 25 now for Martinsburg.
If we're able to get this first down, game will be over on this drive. But even if it's not, it'll be close.
Clement, screen pass to the near side, caught by Dover at the 30. He spins past the tackler, now slips through another, tries to cut to the middle of the field, out across the 20, and he'll be stopped at the 18-yard line. So that'll make it second down and 11 with 1:35 to go. Clock winding down, play clock at 35, so they can get this one roughly to 58 seconds if they want to.
Buzz made a late push there to try to compete with Musgrove for electrifying plays of the game, but couldn't quite get all the way to the end zone. They probably would have taken.
And now, to nobody's surprise, another flag, this one at the 30-yard line. So this is getting ridiculous here with how many flags we've had tonight on both sides.
So we have a conference now?
Oh,
Picking it up.
They wave it off. Thank you.
Wow. For once, the flag doesn't count. I have to count up how many penalties we've had. I think it's over 10.
Let me guess 27.
I'm going to say probably
I'll
24.
I'll
add it up.
Let us know after this play. Minute 10 to go. Clock starting to wind down. Second down and 11 for Martinsburg. As Clement gets the play call from Walker, and now will jog out to the field. You have 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. 7 seconds left on the play clock. Game clock at 55. Clement gets the snap, and he's going to keep it himself, run up the middle. Breaks off one tackle, another one. Now at the 5, lunges forward to the 3-yard line. Has enough for the first down and gives the Bulldogs the victory.
Boy, at a point I thought maybe they were going to let him score. Maybe that's what was going on there. But man, another great play by Murphy. 23 penalties on the night for both teams combined. That being 11 for H.D. Woodson and 12 for Martinsburg.
So it looks like 7-second difference between the game clock and the play clock. So Martinsburg's going to have to take a knee, but H.D. Woodson, for some reason, not sure why, uses its final timeout with 18 seconds left at 26-12. Martinsburg leads H.D. Woodson.
Why?
I don't know.
Why? It's first down?
It's first and 10. All they're doing is taking a knee.
I don't know, maybe that's
maybe in their mind it should be a minute 18 left because during the flag the 60 seconds got taken off. No?
Maybe. I guess I don't know. I believe it's, if I'm adding this up correctly, 89 penalty yards for H.D. Woodson and 100 on the dot for Martinsburg. So 189 total. I don't know, maybe as a coach, you think you're kind of like surrendering if you don't use all of your timeouts when you're losing. Even if that's the case, it's kind of a weird mindset. Like, come on, there's 18 seconds on the clock. Taking a timeout, all it does is it's the game's not allowed to end for an extra minute. Like, nothing actually changes.
So now they go into victory formation and take the knee. 10 seconds, clock winding down, and your Martinsburg Bulldogs will get the 26-12 win over H.D. Woodson and improve to 4-0. H.D. Woodson falls now to 2-1 as Country Roads will serenade us into this 2-minute break, and then we'll be back for our post-game show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Not a new grill and pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
We're the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives. And when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming.
Nobody likes to be told you need a lawyer, but that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover.
So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation.
Reach us at SkinnerWins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
We welcome you back here as we enter our post-game scoreboard show, or excuse me, just post-game show. Post-game scoreboard show will come later on here with Nick Verzolini as your post-game show, brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu, daily specials, and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. Your final score, Martinsburg 26 and HD Woodson 12. So Martinsburg 4-0 on the year now.
Yeah, I think it was a tougher game than we really expected for Martinsburg in a lot of ways, but I think it's just because we didn't know how good HD Woodson was. It was hard to tell from their schedule, the final scores of those games. We were told that this was similar competition to what they've faced so far this year, and it's all they've blown away the competition so far this year, but they couldn't blow away the Warriors tonight. That was, I mean, it's a good football team that they just beat by 2 touchdowns. I would have expected them to do this against Stonebridge if they got a win, but I think overall you can be satisfied outside of the penalties. Again, second week in a row.
So it looks like Martinsburg is breaking the huddle. We're waiting for our sideline reporter, Matt Miller, to get our player of the game, Sherrod Musgrove, as well as Coach Dave Walker, the victorious head coach here for the Bulldogs, as a hard-fought game taking place between the two teams. It looks like Matt has our player of the game, Sherrod Musgrove. So, Matt, whenever you are ready, sir, take it away.
All right, guys, thank you very much. You just mentioned some of the numbers for Sherrod Musgrove. Sherrod, talk to us a little bit about the effort in this game to get a hard-fought win.
We came out a tad slow at first, but, you know, once we went in the locker room, we went locked in. Coaches talked to us a good bit, really tapped us into that state to really lock in and give it all we had. You know, we still had a little bit left in the tank, and it just got us to bring it the rest of the way out.
A little bit of a low-scoring game, hard-fought. How much did you guys maybe need a game like this, and what does this show you about your team?
I say we definitely needed a game like this, a little reality check, you know. If you get too ahead of yourself, there's always – your biggest enemy is you. So, you know, if you come out thinking you're going to walk over a team, that's the easy way to get walked on.
Talk to us about some of the speed that you had to go against as a defensive back, but also as a wide receiver.
They were athletic themselves. I can't knock them. They were a tad fast, but, you know, we have some athletes too. Just work for it.
Congratulations, great game.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, let's pull in head coach David Walker and get some of
he know all my lines.
He's been listening, so that's good, right? Look, I know you're going to look at this film and go, we have a lot of things to correct, but still a hard-fought win. Talk to us about what you saw.
I mean, a lot of mistakes, real sloppy, and not really playing with a lot of intensity. But overall, I mean, we did what we needed to do at the end, and they played just enough to give. And hats off to Woodson. I mean, they're very talented, good football team. They're going to win a bunch of games, and it was a good high school football game.
What type of adjustments did you make at the half, or was it just a matter of come out and execute?
Just come out and execute. We really didn't make. We talked about doing a couple things offensively, but basically just we needed to put pads on pads and guys execute and do what they're supposed to do.
Defense pitches the shutout in the second half and really played well. Overall in this game, what did you see from them?
I thought they really played well. We give up a couple of plays here and there, but I mean you're going against really good teams. But no, defense has been playing strong all season, so we got to continue to do that.
Talk to us a little about your running game and the way you were able to mix the pass in against Woodson.
Well, I mean they were very talented, and defensively they're a really good football team. I don't know that we'll play against a lot of teams any better than that. But no, I mean, I think our guys, dug down, and it was good for us. It's going to help us for the remainder of the season.
Remainder of the season is now an EPAC schedule, so you expect the intensity level to rise.
Yeah, I think our guys will be ready to play just because of the rivalries and stuff. But we got to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves. I think, like Sarad said, our own worst enemy could be us. So I think it's just important for us to come in and we got to practice well. We had a really good week of practice, but we need to continue to do the little things right, practice well, and just try to get better.
Coach, congratulations.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Guys, back to you.
Thank you to Matt Miller as well as Coach Dave Walker and Sherrod Musgrove, again, as your final score. Martinsburg 26, HD Woodson 12, as we keep it here and continue our Palace Lounge post-game show as Dylan currently finishing up our post-game stats. You ready to go, sir? As they're brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, West Virginia's largest Pandora retailer on Route 11 south of Inwood, taking care of you like nobody's business. Dylan, take it away.
Yeah, first of all, let's give HD Woodson their credit. They had their backup quarterback, Rashard Stark, come in and throw a 23-yard touchdown pass on his only snap of the game to Damon Rush Jr., a 23-yard catch there. Riddick, 2 catches for 36 yards. Sims, 2 catches for 23 yards before he exited with injury. Simmons, 3 carries, 50 yards, and a touchdown. Alston ended up with 14 for 47. And Dallas Allen Hall, 9 for 15, 79 yards on the day. Then turning it over to Martinsburg, it ended up being a pretty impressive stat sheet for how a lot of that game felt. Murphy Clement, 12 for 18, 225 yards and 1 touchdown through the air, 14 carries for 70 yards and a touchdown on the ground. Coy Fagan, 14 carries for 71 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Buzz Dover, 7 catches for 92 yards. Sarad Musgrove, 3 catches, 84 yards and a touchdown. And Nick Buskey, 7 carries for 27 yards and some work as well. Got a little more action in outside of garbage time than he did in this first part of the season. Coy Fagan also had a 38-yard reception for himself as well, so over 100 yards from scrimmage on the day. So overall, and the big stat that we talked about when it comes to improving things, 100 penalty yards for Martinsburg, an 89 for HD Woodson on 23 combined penalties.
There you go. That's our Bechtel Jewelers post-game stats here for Martinsburg as well as HD Woodson as we now get into tonight's awards. And let's start off with our electrifying play of the game, brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Ack Wilson Way in Martinsburg or online at orsinis.com.
Wanted to give Sarad Musgrove that post-game interview because I remember him being a really great interview last year, and you could tell, and it ended up coming to fruition again. And he made some great plays out there today, like he has for this first part of the season. Electrifying play of the day, the 25-yard touchdown catch that he had on his first catch of the game, where it seemed like he just froze 3 defenders for H.D. Woodson all at once. It seemed like he should have been wrapped up for about a 5-yard gain, 10-yard gain, somewhere in that range. But all of a sudden he popped out of it and ran the extra 15 yards into the end zone. It was almost like what happened there? He kind of just froze time there for a second and sped by them all like the Flash. It was incredible.
How about now our collision of the game, brought to you by Cody's Auto Body at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced, certified technicians call them at 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page.
It was a Mack for H.D. Woodson.
Keyshawn Mack?
Yeah, Keyshawn Mack had a great play, 3rd and 13 in the second half, throw into the flat by Murphy Clement, and just blew that play up. I could have also given one to Murphy Clement for a great tackle that he ended up making, but that was a great play for Woodson, who deserves a little bit of a credit for having a pretty great game today, and well, like they did in their first two games of the season, scored exactly 12 points. Colin, they get it again tonight.
Yeah, that's true. For the third straight time this year and for the second straight time against Martinsburg.
Yeah.
So let's now get into our Good Hands Catch of the Game, brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg.
Go with Cash Gideon's interception to kind of seal the deal at the end when H.D. Woodson, with a handful of minutes left, had the chance to make it a one-score game. He dropped an interception the very play before that, where he might have been able to take it back to the house and for a pick six and really clinch the game there. But in the very next play, Dallas Allen Hall rolls out, throws it right at Cash Gideon once again. He makes the play and puts the hay in the barn for the Bulldogs.
And then lastly, our player of the game, brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. Visit them at bodwellinsurancesolutions.com or call 304-283-0864.
I could very easily give this to Murphy Clement again, the way that it did last week for over 200 yards and a touchdown on the ground as well, 70 rushing yards. But I just really wanted to highlight Sherrod Musgrove today, because he's been great in the punt return game. Came very close to returning another punt for a touchdown. He really only had to make one more guy miss, and he would have been gone again for his third punt return touchdown on his fourth punt return of the year. He ends up with two big plays in this one, the two longest receptions of the day outside of a early 38-yarder from Coy Fagan, 25-yard touchdown, and a 45-yarder on the last drive of the game. I just want to give the credit to Sherrod Musgrove tonight.
There you go, Sherrod Musgrove, our player of the game, as that wraps things up here from Martinsburg. Again, your final score: Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12. So the Bulldogs improve to 4-0, and will be back at home next week to take on the Jefferson Cougars. Pre-game coverage for that one again at 6 o'clock with kickoff at 7. Tune in tomorrow for Shepherd Rams football with pregame coverage at 11:30, kickoff at noon on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube, as the Shepherd Rams head to California, PA for a clash with the Vulcans. Dylan, Nick, and Travis and company, be safe up there and enjoy it.
Hopefully we will. And then after the game is over, I know you and I will be making a trip over to Morgantown, and hopefully we'll have some more good news in that one.
Tune into that one, as that is the Backyard Brawl. That'll be right here on Talk Radio WRNR with pregame coverage 3 hours before kickoff, which is at 7:30. So 4:30 pregame coverage from the Mountaineer Sports Network as the Mountaineers take on the Pitt Panthers for the first time at Milan Pushkar Stadium since 2011. But for Nick Verzolini back at the studio, who you will hear from shortly with our post-game scoreboard show, as well as John Alderton, Darrell Miller, Matt Miller, Dylan Bishop, I'm Colin McLaughlin, signing off. Again, your final score: Martinsburg 26, H.D. Woodson 12. This has been West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from 1 location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
We are the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives, and when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming.
Nobody likes to be told you need a lawyer, but that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover.
So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation.
Reach us at SkinnerWins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
We welcome you into the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. I'm Nick Verzolini. As your final score tonight from Martinsburg, the Bulldogs getting the win over HD Woodson out of Washington, D.C., 26-12. Martinsburg now 4-0 to start the year and head into EPAC play at 4-0. It's EPAC games from here on out. Martinsburg just a 9-game schedule, so we'll see how they're able to fare in EPAC play, but looks pretty good so far. Herbert Hoover getting a win over Hedgesville tonight. Not certain if this is a final yet, but last updated 41-15 just went final. So Herbert Hoover gets the win over Hedgesville. Eagles fall to 2-2, which sets up a very intriguing matchup next week between Hedgesville and Washington as the Patriots getting the win over the John Marshall Monarchs 30-21. Both teams will head into that game at 2-2. Spring Mills, as we mentioned on the broadcast, upsets Musselman tonight 26-3. The Cardinals are here. The young Cardinals no more as they get a big win over the Applemen. Moving on to some scores across the state is Jefferson on bye this week. They will have the Martinsburg Bulldogs next week. Should be a interesting game between those two teams. But Let's run down some scores from across the state. Number 4, Parkersburg, leading Parkersburg South, last updated in the third quarter, 27-21. Great game between those two teams. Huntington all over George Washington right now, 45-13. Spring Valley and Hurricane in an interesting game. It was 28-23. Winless Spring Valley held the lead. It's now 35-23. Spring Valley still on top of number 16, Hurricane. Bridgeport beating AA Fairmont Senior tonight, 40-20. And University, I believe this was a last-second win, pulls it out over Wheeling Park, 17-14. Good game there. Let's run down the rest of the scores in AAA tonight across the state. Princeton holding a 1-point lead over Pulaski, Virginia, 28-27. Cabell Midland rolling past South Charleston tonight, 69-0. Not final yet, but should be something close to that final score soon. Capital over St. Albans at the end of the third quarter, 42-12 when it was last updated. Allegheny beating Greenbrier East in the third quarter, 34-10. Bluefield got the win last night over, that must be some sort of, they played on Monday, okay. Bluefield getting the win on Monday, so 2 games this week for Greenbrier East, and Bluefield getting the win 34-19. And Marietta, Ohio beating Ripley tonight 43-3. Oak Hill beats Lincoln County 42-12, and Preston gets the win over Robert C. Byrd. Hampshire beating Grafton tonight 35-20, and Berkeley Springs falling to Kaiser 54-14. So those are your scores from around the Eastern Panhandle, AAA, and then AA Berkeley Springs falling tonight. As once again, your final score, Martinsburg defeats HD Woodson 26-12. As Colin mentioned, we will be back on the air tomorrow on TV 10. We will have Shepherd Rams football as the Rams travel to Cal to take on the Vulcans. Should be a good game there. 1-0 Cal, 2-0 Shepherd. Kickoff set for noon. Pregame coverage on TV 10 set for 11:30 a.m. And then on the radio side of things, you can listen to West Virginia Mountaineers football as the Mountaineers kick off against Pitt at 7:30 p.m. and pregame coverage begins at 4:30. That does it for us here in the studio. Have a good night, everyone. Once again, Martinsburg getting the win over HD Woodson tonight, 26-12. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia High School football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Orsini's Home Store, Modern Realty Results, Cody's Auto Body, The Palace Lounge, CMA Honda, Bechtel Jewelers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, Brown's Funeral Home and Cremations, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, the Heffley Motor Company, W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance, Chris Miller and the Dutch Miller Auto Group, Ollie's VIP Lounge, and the Gary Kelly Allstate Insurance Agency.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio